Mic check. About to start, everybody. Get your friends. All right, welcome Monica and Hazel. Jay Daniels in the house. All right, everybody. Good seeing everybody in the house. Jay Daniels, Hazel, Gemini, Sudden Bell, JP, Monica. Yeah. Like to thank everybody for coming through. Thanks for coming through. We're about to get this show started today. It's the Black Male Math. Doubling down on the dumb.
To this man. Watch the following video, listen to this man. I'm going to come in on the back end, but he's asking her what her goals are. And she's like, I want to be a housewife. And then he goes on to let her know that housewives do nothing. You basically want to do nothing. But tell me, listen for his language. Isn't this what they have been asking for like 2 straight years? Anyways, listen to what he says. And then I have a video come in behind him. All right.
Siobhan in the house, Tiff's in the house, Sutton Bell's in the house, JP's in the house, Hazel Green is in the house, Jay Daniels is in the house, Gemini is in the house. We got everybody up in the house. Monica's up in the house. We're about to get this party started. Here we go.
Jump in. Let me know what you think.
What do you do career-wise?
Nothing.
So you don't have a career?
Mm-mm.
So what's your goals for the future?
I want to be a housewife.
A housewife?
Mm-hmm.
So you basically want to do nothing. You just want to live off somebody else's money.
Basically, yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Why don't you have any goals for yourself, though? That's
my goal.
That's not attractive at all, though.
That's my goal. To be a housewife.
So you don't have no goals for the future. You have no career, and you want to be a housewife. I don't even know why we still sitting here, because I'm not. It's not happening with me.
It's not why.
What you mean? Why? Why would I just let somebody be a housewife, especially a woman who's not even telling me nothing about herself? How is that okay? That ain't about to be me. So you can get the f- out my car.
Oh,
Cause you a gold digger.
okay. That's fine.
Yeah. You have a good one, fellas. We in trouble, man. We in trouble, fellas. We really gotta identify these women, man, and be careful on who we decide to be with. It's a damn shame. Kevin Samuels will be pissed.
No, he wouldn't.
I thought that's what they said they wanted. I'm confused now.
This is hypocrisy. I mean, this is hypocrisy right in front of us. I mean, right now, first of all, he was a piece of crap, because just because somebody nicely told you they wanted to be a housewife and that's all they wanted to be, you saw how rude he got? That shows lower character right there. So if anything, all he did was floss how shitty of a person he is. First of all, let's start off with that.
But wait, she's young, right?
Yeah, she must be early 20s.
And she sounded submissive.
Yeah, she sure did.
And her goal, which is what they say your goal is supposed to be, is to want to be a housewife, right?
Exactly. That's what Kevin Samuels said. That's what Kevin Samuels said, that your goal should not be to go to college or school. You should be focusing on being a wife. That's what he said, even though him and his freeloading ass self. You know, it's really already got me mad, because think about it. If he literally contradicted what everybody was saying, which means, in conclusion, these ninjas are just getting mad for no reason at black women. For no reason.
Mm-hmm.
Man. Whew. Let me play a little bit more just to see what's up.
Well, I got you, Kevin.
Okay, yeah, that's just.
So what exactly was Kevin supposed to be mad about? Because I thought he said that they needed to get women in a certain age bracket that's childless and wants to be, she's fit, she was small, she's fit, she looks close to the preference, and she was willing to submit to being a housewife. So what exactly would Kevin Samuels be mad about? Because that's what he preached, right?
Right. But no, what he preached mostly was disrespect. That's what he was preaching. But, you know, they want to use the excuse. As you can see, they've ran out of guises to use as an excuse to be disrespectful.
Oh, wait. So Jay Daniels said she wasn't Latina. So because she wasn't Latina, she doesn't deserve to be a housewife. I missed that part. I must have missed that part that he said only Latinas were good for housewives. So all of black women are to be replaced by Latinas? Is that what he said?
Basically.
Did I miss it?
Yep. That's what they want.
You missed it too. Wait, you missed it too, because did you hear him say that they're not to date black women at all?
You mean in the video?
No.
Oh yeah, I must have missed it then. Yeah.
Okay, because I never heard Kevin Samuels say that no black women at all. I thought he said that they had to be fit, feminine, and submissive. I didn't know he discounted all black women.
Exactly. Maybe there's some code that's out there that only
Jay Daniels can decipher with the black male mask.
Yeah, and the Samuelites.
Okay.
Samuelites, you know.
Okay. Yeah, the cult of Samuelites have their own masking.
Exactly.
Okay, I get it.
That's what it is. All right, here come the next one.
Right, you want to do that? All right. At the master's level, 68% of the STEM degrees at the master's level being awarded or earned by Black people go to Black women. 68%.
No way. That can't be true.
Well, he said 68. I'm part of the 68%. So
So I mean, but no, I mean that must be for basket weaving. You know, I believe everything Angry Man has to say, right?
Right. Yeah, he did
Yeah,
say
it must.
underwater basket weaving was the main degree, or gender studies was the other one.
Yeah, yeah. Even though he has one in just plain old art. Like, what the hell is that? That's why I had to write. That's why I put him in my nigga please batch. Nigga please. I mean, come on. In the house, Henry Mars. In the house, Kim Lee Moon. In the house, Kay Cooper. In the house, Gemini. In the house, Monica. Let's keep it going.
Means only 32% goes to black men. At the research doctorate level and at the professional
No way. Only 32%.
Oh, what? Yes. And when we finish with Themis, I want to address Jay Daniels' comment. So go ahead.
Oh man, that's hurting me bad. Brother, fellas, we got to do better.
doctoral level, it is 65% that goes to black women and 35% goes to black men. So when you guys are talking, when you guys decide to go outside of the community or talk within the community about useless degrees that are being obtained by women when they go to universities, yeah, you don't have that right.
Comes to the black community, yes, black women are the most enrolled. And yes, they do graduate, but they usually graduate with some ridiculous degree that they don't even use.
So what do you think about
I mean, it's different if he had something tangible.
Right. But we already know he was living in a home with a woman who was receiving welfare for his 3 children, or how many ever children he had with her. So he was living in a home with a welfare recipient.
Yeah, ain't that the reason why I call him Section 8?
Yes.
Yeah, you know, because he disses women for getting help from the government, but then he freeloads off a woman who's getting help from the government. Is that pretty much what's going down?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So let me address this Jay Daniels comment, because I find it comical, because this is where the math ain't math and you know the black male math thing comes. He says, to be fair, 9% of black women make over 75 a year. That's actually on black demographics. So you know they don't bother to research and expand their knowledge, right? So he's saying 9% of black women make over 75K, as if that's a slap in the face to black women. But obviously he didn't bother to look at how many people, Americans period, make over 75K. You know how many Americans period make over 75K, DJ?
You know, absolutely.
You want me to tell you?
Enlighten us. Yeah, please do.
12.2%. So if 9% of that is black women, I think we're doing pretty darn well, don't you think?
That sounds pretty damn good to me.
Okay.
I'll take that.
Okay.
Shoot. You know, I mean.
So what do you think about that statement? Like, if a woman came to you, it's like, I don't need you. I want you, but I don't need you.
The need for their male ego to be stroked
Powered by T-Salts. Here we go.
is the reason black men need black women to depend on them, even if they have nothing to offer. Black men are dependent on white society, the same as black women are, which means black men are in the same powerless dynamic as black women. So the black race as a whole is at the bottom. This causes black men to at least want to be above black women. If black men can get black women to depend on them and be submissive to them, that way they don't have to fight for power against white society, which they're afraid to do anyway. And black men can pretend that they're conquering a group, even if...
Oh, wait, I need to stop this real quick. Did y'all know that the highest paid NFL football player has a black agent who happens to be a woman?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess whatever fake education she got, whatever fake, masters she got, I guess it's working, right? I guess it's doing
working. It's working.
It looks like it's doing some damage to me.
Yeah,
I don't know about you.
And mine is working for me as well. I just find it hilarious that these men try to look down on a demographic of people who are doing better than them. And the problem is we don't even hold it against them. The only reason we bring it up is because they keep trying to punch down. And really, they keep missing because we're above them.
Absolutely.
It's their own women.
What do you think about that statement? Like if a woman came to you, it's like, I don't need you. I want you, but I don't need you.
She's out.
Why?
Thank you.
Because at the end of the
let
day,
her go.
This would tell me that she doesn't have any needs, that she doesn't have any aspirations. She doesn't have
I don't have dreams because I
doesn't
don't need
wanna
your
grow.
ass.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Because the thing about it is,
most men don't want a independent, strong.
You see how his mind works. Obviously she's not about anything. She doesn't have any dreams and aspirations because she doesn't need him. When people need you, they're able to break you. The only people that should need you are your children.
Exactly.
Strong woman.
that is
This. I mean, the funny thing. Let me bring this out. This fool is from the Lapeef camp. Now you saw what happened to their ass. Why? It's funny how they be coming out with these things. Look at this. The dude. He's not even really. He's actually probably obese himself, talking shit about black women. It's funny how when you ain't got a pot to piss in, you got a lot to say.
is a fact. I'm almost willing to say all.
No, that's it.
I ain't gonna say that.
Go ahead.
Nobody wants that because the
I'm about
word
to throw up
independent
in my
means
cup.
I don't need you, and that's exactly what
No,
we was
it
talking about.
doesn't,
Yes,
cousin.
look it up. Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
I want an independent, strong woman.
Let me get.
I need it.
Wait on it.
Black men.
Oh my
Wait.
God.
Doesn't this go against what the guy in the car was saying? I'm confused.
It's that hypocrisy kicking in.
Yeah, because the guy in the car was saying that he didn't want the woman to depend on him and that she would be a gold digger if she depended upon him. Right?
It sounds like to me a lot of doubling down, if you ask me. A lot of doubling down on that dumb. That's what's going down.
And use the term independent. But what they really don't want is a successful woman. If she is successful, she's probably more successful than he is, and his ego can't take it. Black women don't want to be independent of a man, but more likely than not, it is not her choice. If she wants to live a high-quality lifestyle, she has to get it herself. First, because there aren't enough successful Black men to go around, and in fact, there aren't enough Black men for every Black woman, period. So this conversation is actually a waste of time.
That is a defense mechanism. It is out of habit. It is out of, I have to do this. Independent, strong women do not want to do that. They want to rest. They want
Let's
to be
break
alone.
down that an independent woman is actually just a functioning human adult.
No, she's
that is the
not.
dumbest.
Man, that dude is getting on my nerves. I can't. I mean, the thing is this. How does he even know? He acts like he's an expert, but he manages a shit show.
Mm-hmm.
That's the funny part. They'll sit there and they'll let all this effery go on, but then turn around and act like they're experts. Like there ain't nothing wrong with what there ain't nothing wrong with a little buggery. I mean, if there's anybody not to follow, it's them. So I don't get it.
I've ever heard.
person.
In the red, you got your own car and your own apartment. Yes, I'm 28. I don't need you to get up. Okay, I'm about to blow my top on this. Okay,
All right. Okay, let's focus.
what do you want a woman to
Look.
depend on
Look.
you for?
To provide.
Provide what?
Before he answers, let's recap. Black men say they don't want independent women, women with college degrees, even a woman who owns a house. So if a Black woman gives all of this up and allows herself to become dependent on a Black man, this is what she can expect.
Emotional support.
Emotional, okay.
Emotional protection.
Emotional. You say all women are stupid. Half the time you're talking about women are stupid. You don't
I never
respect
said
them.
all women are
How the f- can we depend on you for anything emotional? Tell me.
Do you want me to answer the question?
No.
Or do you want to argue?
Go.
Because this is
No,
what
she made the point. She made the point already. Unqualified dude trying to act like he knows something he don't know nothing, leading the blind leading the blind. I mean, this is doubling down right here on dumbetry, on dumbetry. I don't want to say the other name, so I'm going to say dumbetry.
the problem of independent
No.
woman.
Nigga.
A woman wants to
Tell me.
spew her trauma out on the table,
Trauma.
and then somebody expect
Trauma.
somebody
Common
to let him go.
Go ahead.
You help.
I wonder if somebody called him up to have what happened with the last Lapeef thing. I forgot the guy that Darren guy was telling us how they would be calling each other up to start effery just so they can get clicks and views. I wonder if that's going on right now.
A woman get through life. A woman needs a man to help lead her.
Give
A
me an
woman
example of
needs
how you would
somebody
help
to
me
help
get through
lead
life.
her.
Again, before he answers, let's remember that many grown Black men are still living at home with their mothers. They have average to low-paying jobs, and most do not have an education beyond high school. But these are the Black men who he says women need and who they're supposed to give up their independence for. And if she does this, again, this is what she can expect.
Give me an example of how you would help me get through life.
There you go.
By listening to you.
Whoa,
You know that?
That was such a. I mean, this guy is a self.
Tone deaf, completely tone deaf.
Oh, even worse, he's a self-proclaimed expert on relationships.
He said women need. First, he said women. No man wants a woman that doesn't need him. They don't want an independent woman. Women need men to get through life. And what he has to offer to help her get through life is listening to her.
Right.
Interesting.
Yeah, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Let me kick out some shout outs in the house. Hey, ladies in the house. Monica's in the house. Siobhan is in the house. Jay Daniels is in the house. We have Mika's Jewels in the house. We have Tiff in the house. Kim Lee Moon in the house. Kay Cooper is in the house. Let's keep it going. Let's break it down.
myself, bro. Sort me out.
Look, notice how even the men are laughing.
Right.
The Black man explained what you get if you give them everything they ask for. If you decide not to go to college, but focus on chasing a high-value Black man, if you maintain your high school weight at 130 pounds and take etiquette classes to learn to be feminine, friendly, and agreeable, what do Black women get in return? Even the men on the panel knew this was BS. Black women need to start asking more questions like this instead of listening to the gaslighting from men like Mr. Letgo, who seems to be picking up exactly where Kevin Samuels left off. And the same as Kevin Samuels, he is divorced with no successful marriage to speak of. But here he is giving relationship advice. Stop listening to these men.
Man, oh man. Mr. Let Go, he needs to be let go. That's what
Right.
needs to happen. His
Wait.
own ass needs to be let go. That's what,
So Siobhan says, how can they support emotion through logic? Exactly.
Right.
And Tip said he wants to be an emotional support animal.
All right, I dropped the link just in case anybody want to come up and talk about this. We can't just roast these guys all day, all night, but it just happens because they roast themselves. But anyway, we are
Siobhan
going.
said, Siobhan said Mr. Let Go is 5 seconds away from owning a training bra.
I know. I know. I mean, and see, that's what bothers me so much is when they be like, you know, let me just go back. Let me go back to his pot belly here for a minute. I mean, I'm not trying to judge us brothers. I know it's hard out there. Sometimes we don't get the time in the gym. But how is it that, you know, with this, okay, look at that pot belly right there. This man right here criticizes women for being out of shape. But look at his pot belly.
I mean, that's the crazy part, because they want women to be their high school weight and to have their high school looks. Meanwhile, their hair is clapping back on behind their ears. Their stomach is over their belt and lapping over, and they have all kind of health issues. But she's supposed to maintain her perfect weight all while also working, having the children, and doing just as much. Doing more than what he's capable of doing. But she's supposed to maintain her everything while he maintains nothing.
Exactly. That's just funny to me. That's just very funny to me. By the way, this is just somebody on the opposite side of it, a very young, smart man right here doing his thing. He has his crew, happen to all be women, you know. Strong, very strong mother, by the way, okay? Okay? So this is a young lady here who got him his money. Wait, no. It's this, yeah, her agent right here. Got him his money. All of them look gorgeous. Good work, ladies. I know this. I mean, I know they don't have much logic, right? You know, but I guess the emotion worked. Because my brother right here, he got paid. Okay, he got paid. What I think should happen next is I think Jackson over there at the Ravens should give his girl right here he should give her a call and say, hey, what's up? I mean, what's the deal? I mean, I see what you did. Can you do a remix for me? Can you do a remix for me and get me my money? Get me my money. That's what I think should happen. Anyway, let's get back to the show with Mr. Let Go, who should be let go, if you ask me. But right now, next, let's see if anybody else popped in. Something Bell's in the house. Oya is in the house. All right. Siobhan is in the house. Let's get this playing. Next
You
one.
can't get laid is in the house.
Oh, you can't get laid is in the house. Welcome. You can't get laid. We're about to do this.
It's more women on homeowners than it is men.
And you think that's something to be proud of?
But what I'm saying,
oh my, I'm sorry, I couldn't even.
You have to let it go, DJ. Please let it go. Don't interrupt it.
okay.
Let the people get the whole picture.
Okay, I'm gonna restart it, but I'm just letting you know now. I got chomping at the bit feelings. Okay, I'm just telling you right now. I'm already chomping at the doggone bit.
it's more women on homeowners than it is men.
And you think that's something to be proud of?
But what I'm saying
No,
is,
answer me. Is that something to be proud of?
Wait, I gotta restart it one more time because Camo is in the house. Camo, welcome. Good seeing you. Can't get laid in the house. Oya's in the house. Hey, ladies in the house. Did I take my meds yet? I don't think I took my meds. I think I should take my meds. I need to calm the hell down. Here we go.
It's more women on homeowners than it is men.
And you think that's something to be proud of?
But what I'm saying
No,
is,
answer me. Is that something to be
it
proud
is.
of? Explain
It
to me
is.
why.
Because
I think
if
that's
that woman has kids, guess who gets that house? Guess who gets it?
Do you know what a homeowner is?
They're. Yes, I do know what a homeowner is.
Okay,
Someone that
so-
owns their home that's not paying the bank, that's not like
listen.
outright.
There's more women buying homes.
Okay.
Meaning they're taking out 30-year loans.
Oh my God, you always
to
gotta
get the
get
home.
technical.
But if you look up the statistics,
no man is
Hold on, I'ma
buying
talk
a
to you
home
'cause you
by
got some common
himself.
sense.
No man is buying his home by himself.
I'm gonna
He's
talk to
getting
you
a
because you
woman.
got common
He's
sense.
getting a woman.
Listen, single men typically don't buy homes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Men buy homes when they get a family. right? Meaning that they're married. So if you look up the stats, yes, more single women are buying homes than men because single men don't buy homes. It's actually sad because all that shows is women can't cooperate enough with a man to even be able to buy a home as a family, that they have to go out, acquire massive amounts of debt to buy the house by themselves. Not only are they buying the houses by themselves, Black women are getting evicted more than anybody in the country. If you look up the eviction rates, Black women are the most evicted people in the US. So yeah, you're buying these homes, but you can't even afford to pay them off. Why? Because you don't have that two income that you
I don't think
saying that you need. You don't think so?
No, I think that a lot of
That's
women,
a fact. We can look it up right now. That's a fact. Black women are the most evicted in the
I think
US.
that's like
That's not
Section
even a
8
shot at Black women.
We're gonna have to roll it back anyway to break it down because there's so much wrong in this small segment.
Is it? I have to start off like this, and it's not even what my blood pressure got high on. Is when you get evicted from rentals. Is that correct?
Facts.
Right.
You don't get evicted when you're a homeowner.
You don't get evicted. That's called foreclosure.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But we have to go back even further than that.
Oh.
Let's go back and then we'll roll it forward and stop because
Okay.
there's so much wrong.
Okay, yeah. Let's roll it back. You want me to roll it back to the beginning, to all the way to back, because this
Yeah.
is a lot of.
We're gonna have to chew on this. We're gonna spend the time
Okay.
to break this down.
Okay, what I'm gonna do is roll it, stop it, and go get my meds while you and Siobhan chop it up. Siobhan, welcome to the stage. I gotta get my meds because these people are just getting on they getting on my nerves. They getting on my last nerves. I got one nerve and it's last. It's the last one I got left. In the house, Big Cap in the house, Gwen Johnson in the house, Marvel in the house, hey lady in the house. What just happened? Okay, I know y'all that's still there. Okay, I'm getting weird stuff going on over here. I don't know, ask me why. But anyway, all right, in the house, Henry Mars, in the house, in the house, Mika Jules. Okay, here we go.
Homeowners than it is men.
And you think that's something to be proud of?
But what I'm saying
No,
is,
answer me.
We could almost start right there.
No. Keep going. Just a little
Okay.
bit.
Is that something to be
It
proud
is.
of? Explain
It
to me
is.
why.
Because
I think
if
that's
that woman has kids, guess who gets that house? Guess who gets it?
Do you know what a homeowner is?
They're
Okay. So none of them are right about a homeowner. But let's play what she said. Just that portion of what she said a homeowner is.
Who gets that house?
Explain to me why.
Because
I think
if
that's
that woman has kids, guess who gets that house? Guess who gets it? Owners than it is men.
And you think that's something to be proud of?
But what I'm saying
No,
is,
answer me. Is that something to be
it
proud
is.
of? Explain
It
to me
is.
why.
Because
I think
if
that's
that woman has kids, guess who gets that house? Guess who gets it?
Do you know what a homeowner is?
They're. Yes, I do know what a homeowner is. Someone that owns their home, that's not paying the bank, that's not like outright.
Okay, let me pause it right there. I'll be right back. Y'all talk. I'll be right back.
She's wrong.
Yeah, she is wrong about that. Go ahead.
Yeah, and that lets you know who's a homeowner and who's not. Because a homeowner is someone who's taking a mortgage out on a home. You own your home. And it by sheer virtue of when you start filling out applications to do anything with, they ask you if you're a homeowner. And your answer is yes, because you've taken out a mortgage and you're not a renter. So therefore, yes, you are a homeowner. And you actually own your home outright when you've paid it off.
But yeah, I didn't really like how she brought up the fact of, it's a good thing you can pass it to your children, but you don't even have to bring that up because all women who are homeowners aren't necessarily going to have children. So it's more to it than that. But it's just like it shows you how the Black woman always has to be on hand ready for some type of excuse or some reasoning of why she's trying to elevate her life. And the only reason we're getting ready to get into it further, but the only reason why he's bringing up why it's sad is because he wants a man to be associated with it.
Right.
That's the main problem that we're getting ready to break down in this. So he's talking about how sad it is to be to have ownership over something, despite the fact that what we've gone through historically in the community of not even being able to be recognized as a human being, let alone to have ownership over things. But now he's getting ready to make a woman seem less than, as if she can't do anything once again without a man, despite the fact that the stats showing that doesn't, a man isn't even needed anymore. And more women across the board, not just Black women.
Yes.
More women across the board are owning homes more in the last 30 years across all races and ethnic backgrounds. So this isn't just a Black issue. That article that was released is only speaking about Black women because actually we're the ones that have surged in home buying more than any other woman. So that's where we're standing out at. But across the board, women have been buying, the home ownership has gone up. Actually, I think I read that they said half of head of households that are led by women now are homeowners. So, and that's not just a Black thing. That's
exactly. It's not, and they can thank feminism for that, because and as well as the women that are on these panels that are preaching against feminism, you know, your bank account. If you have a bank account, thank a feminist. If you can buy a home, thank a feminist. If you have a job with that can pay you equal amount as a man, thank a feminist. So, you know, they love to preach that these things are evil and these things are bad, but they benefit from them. They don't have a problem benefiting from them. And let's be real, they're going to speak about, he's going to speak about eviction as we progress a little bit forward. So go ahead, DJ.
More women buying homes.
Okay.
Meaning they're taking out 30-year loans.
Oh my God, you already
to
gotta
get the
get
home.
technical.
But if you look,
Wait, hold on. Creative is in the house as well. Let me keep it going though.
No. Stop right there. Right there. Okay, so he's saying they're taking out 30-year loans. Everybody, most people who take out a mortgage take out 30-year loans. It's not just Black women that are taking out 30-year loans. See, again, this is from someone unlearned, uneducated, and financially illiterate. Everybody is taking those loans out. And he's saying, he's trying to make it synonymous with eviction because he doesn't know that there's a difference between eviction and being foreclosed upon. So you don't get evicted when you're buying a home, and you have more options before you're foreclosed upon than a person who's renting, because you can also sell your home, and there are multiple ways you can sell your home. So he, again, the sheer ignorance. And then she's saying you're trying to be technical. He doesn't know she doesn't know the technicalities, and neither does he. So you have two people who don't really understand what they're talking about, having a conversation about something they don't know anything about.
Well,
worse.
These guys don't know the difference between good debt versus bad debt.
Yes.
These are the same guys that are buying jewelry and then giving the jeweler $160K, and then when you walk out, the chain ain't nothing but worth $80,000. These are also the same guys that have put a bunch of money into a car that has no resale value, you know, because it's not like it's an exclusive type of make or model. So they don't even understand that. That's why when they talk about student loan debt, as well as even buying homes, this is a risk. So whatever you're doing, life itself, this is all set up on risk taking. So what is wrong with there's good risk versus bad risk,
and
so
and return on your investment, and those
so
are investments.
It's going to bring up the property value. I can have resale value. You buying a chain and it loses 60% of the resale value when you walk out. Come on, which one makes sense?
Right. Okay, let's address some things in the comment section. I believe Jay.
Okay, let me quick shout out to Healthy Black Pill in the house. Go ahead.
Okay, so Jay Daniel says, when Black women are the most evictions. I believe he said he wanted to say are the most evicted. And the reason they're the most evicted is because they're hanging on to a lot of clowns, a lot of dead weight. And then they have children by deadbeat men that aren't paying their fair share of child support. So it's not, even though Black women are being evicted, they're still holding on to their children, and they're still doing what it takes to work 2 and 3 jobs to care for those children that these men have left and abandoned. So to me, even if they have the most evictions, they're still the ones that are getting it out of the mud and doing whatever it takes to take care of themselves and those children. So the fact that you want to try to shame Black women about being the most evicted, They're also the most employed amongst the Black demographics. So those men that are unemployed and underemployed are dependent upon whom? Because they're not dependent upon other Black men. They're dependent upon who? Black women.
I mean, it's obvious to tell that if the home buyership is increasing, as well as even evictions, then you already know the common denominator is a man. Let's be clear.
Exactly. And he says, why are we talking about women buying homes when the women are leading the country in evictions? It again, here's the sheer ignorance. This is the sheer ignorance. A homeowner has more. It is not getting evicted. I don't understand why this concept isn't passing the blood-brain barrier for this dude. So again, if they're getting evicted because of Black men. They're not getting evicted on their own because of things that they're doing.
And I didn't read, I personally didn't read that, but I'd like to explore that at another time, because I'm noticing that people use headlines, but there has to be something indicative within that write-up that supports and backs what's going on, because clearly this just isn't a mass group of Black women who are just failing at life and just giving up anytime these evictions are going up. I guarantee that there's a reason, but these guys read headlines and they run with it, but nobody can tell me what was in that article.
And if I'm not mistaken, the article was written during COVID at a high time for a lot of people that were losing their jobs and not able to sustain their way of life. So a lot of people were getting evicted. So, and then when you talk about an impoverished demographic, of course, they're going to have higher numbers and evictions.
But then,
on top of that, you can count on the rent that was doubling, the rent that was going up, and a lot of people, including elderly people, were being evicted from their homes.
Oh, yeah. And it's still a lot of elderly people that are being evicted right now, especially with a lot of the state changes to Medicaid and things of that nature. A lot of older people are being misplaced right now. So, we already know that post-pandemic, this is spread into the masses. But in particular, because the Black community has already been the lowest of the demographic, of course, that was going to happen. But I find it interesting on the back end that now, since COVID, the insurgence of home ownership has increased. So guess what? Some of these Black women have probably gotten out of that renting phase, and now they're realizing how they need to actually own and be able to obtain something. So,
and something with equity, something that they can use as collateral, something that's an asset. And I want to acknowledge Gwen Johnson's point, because this is true. 50% of the homeless population are Black men. Shall we talk about that?
Yep.
And again, if 50% of them are homeless, a lot of them are still living off of Black women, because let's be real, according to where I work for the government, a homeless person is a person that their name isn't on the lease and their name isn't on the deed. So if you're living with someone else and you're not on those things, then you're homeless. You're technically homeless.
Which is exactly why that article was written, to say that it was Black women getting evicted because those women's names were on the lease.
Exactly.
Because the Black men couldn't qualify to get that location.
Right.
I just wanted
got their own place before.
Hey, Creative.
Hi, Creative.
I just wanted to say why is this dude talking? Like, let me just let you know, like, most of these dudes on these dating apps, most of these dudes that are talking all of this stuff, they probably sharing a one bedroom with multiple people or two people. On top of that, half of them don't even have a place of residence that they are paying utilities. Yep. I have met countless men who don't even pay utilities, don't even know nothing about that. And they just sleep at their mama's house, their cousin's house, this person's house, and that's how they live. So I will be the last person to sit here and listen to this person talking. Because 9 times out of 10, he don't got his own place. Nope. And I bet you they are betting on you having your own place. And then when you have your own place, they despise you because of that.
I can't tell you how many cases, even what you see on YouTube and what I've seen in real life, with women allowing men to move into their homes.
Yes.
Move out of their parents' home or move out of the roommate situation, and they allow these men to move into their homes.
Yes.
Homeowners, Black women that are homeowners, which I wouldn't advise any woman, anywhere to do. That's asinine. If a man can't get it out of the dirt and he doesn't have his own, that's his problem, not yours. Don't use your assets and throw it away to a liability.
Exactly. I agree too. I'd like to kick out a commercial. Tomorrow we're having our first Kendra Comedy Gold videos. Kendra at one times was made a comment in one of her one of her lives, that all she sees is these Kevin Samuelites doing reviews of her videos, negative reviews of her videos on the women that are on her show. So just so we can kind of equal the playing field, we gotta roast tomorrow. Okay, bring your marshmallows and bring your popcorn. We're gonna roast. We're gonna do the Kendra Gold live tomorrow, and we're gonna include all those nice fellas, all those nice fellas, you know, with 5 and 6 baby mamas and all that kind of stuff going on, and critique them and see what they could do better to be a good person and how to find love. That's tomorrow, right here on the DJ Torch Network.
We're talking about Kendra G, right?
Kendra G, yeah.
I'm with it. I'm gonna watch it.
KG in the house. Yeah, I mean, I think it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. We're gonna have some fun up in here. You know, we got to. I mean, the thing is that if you go to any of those Kevin Samuels channels, which you all know I do, because I gotta get my bombing run on. All they do is find the women from her show and disrespect the women on her show when they do, and that ain't going. Okay, fine. You want to do that? I'll show you. Okay, let me show everybody. Let me show you what the brothers on the show are about. That's what I'm going to do. In the house, Chief Goddess. Okay, let's get back to the show.
I wanted to share a story, but maybe after.
Oh, no. Go for it.
You want me to share a story? Okay, I want to share a story about how me and my ex-husband, how we split it. So we were at different duty stations, right? And he was at a different duty station. And at his duty station where he was at, he never got a car. He didn't even get his own place. And then it became when I went to my duty station, and this is the first time I bought a condominium. And then I got my own car for the first time. And the whole time while I was in the process of doing this, he made it the most toughest job ever. He did not want to be a part of the loan process. He made it so torturing for me, because if you're married, you need both paperwork. And he would go behind, right, my back and go to his friends, his female support crew over there. And he would just say stuff like, why is she doing that? Why is she buying this? Why is she doing that? And then his friends would turn around and question me. And then fast forward to today, my property has doubled in value. And yet he's living at his sister's house.
See?
There we go.
And a duty assignment is a place the military is giving you orders to live in. It's just moving from base to base or moving from town to town.
There you go.
Let me give a stat if I can to back up what Creative just said. Because even among married couples, from my research, they said women who are head of households and that are married, it went from 21.8% to 46.1% of those women being primarily responsible for home ownership. So and for Black women,
say that number again.
Okay.
21 to what?
Yes, it went from 21.8% to 46.1%, and this is across all races. Now, in particular for the Black
more women, than doubled.
Yes, and these are married women who are heads of households. So that means that these men are have relied on these women to be able to facilitate a household for them. So these are married couples. But in that, the Black woman, she's 52.5%. So that means that most Black women who are married are pretty much the homeowner, the primary source of the reason why they're in a home. So this just further proves the point of what Creative just said, of how much she wanted it versus her husband, because these guys don't want to take a risk. That's what it is. They don't want to take the risk and deal with the responsibility of it. So that's why what you hear from this guy, what he's saying is nothing but the talk of a man in fear.
And another thing he was saying, they take out 30-year loans and they can't afford them, and that's why they're being evicted. No, sir, that again, he's mixing two things together. You don't, number one, you have to have a certain income. You have to have a certain debt to income ratio and a certain credit score before you can buy a home. Because again, the bank is looking at if you can afford the home. So women aren't just losing their homes right out the bat. That's not happening. There has to be something catastrophic, or they may have more children than it. Something has to happen in life for them not to be able to afford that home. Because homes, your mortgage only increases if your escrow is short. That's the only time your mortgage increases, and it doesn't increase astronomically at that. So, like rent does. So you can be renting an apartment for $2,000 a month, and your apartment owner can decide to hike your rent up $300 a month, and there's nothing you can do about it. That's not going to happen to you in the home.
Do you want to know why? Do you want to know why Black women are able to buy houses more than Black men, even though Black men technically earn a little bit more than Black women? The reason why is because Black men cannot save and Black women can. Because it's the only difference from rent and a mortgage is the down payment. That's the only. A mortgage has a rent has a much smaller down payment. It's usually maybe first and last or something, right? While usually home to get a good loan, you need to at least put down a certain percentage, depending on who it is.
Yeah, depending on who it is, it's 20% across the board, mainly, predominantly. And this is another reason why it's funny to me that people talk about degrees, and I keep saying this, and I'll keep saying it, is an educator. You can have any degree and be an educator, and guess what educators get? They get a percentage that where they don't have to pay that whole 20%.
Exactly.
So
exactly,
I mean, they love to talk about what you can't do with these degrees, but there's a lot that you can do. There's a great return on your investment. A great return.
No, and that's why, see, us Black men, what we are feeling, not me per se, but I have to understand that I represent Black men as well. What we are feeling is we are falling behind. Black women are starting to do everything that everyone else in society is doing, okay? Which is to save, which is to buy houses and earn money, so on and so forth. And we're falling behind because we are static now. And we have the world's dumbest leaders in front of us. For example, like Angry Man as being a leader, Anton Daniels being a leader. Look where they led you niggas to. Brokenness. Kevin Samuels, he was broke too. So this is where poor leadership comes into hand. And as much as people want to say, we hate Michelle Obama, we hate, we hate Ciara, they in freaking houses. They're in $1 million houses.
Right.
Okay, like them or not, they in $1 million houses. So, and they're married. So maybe you guys need to just kind of like back down a little bit and focus on y'all self. Because it seems like the women got things going on. You might want to just do what they doing because you ain't doing nothing else.
I want to address some of the comments because it's true.
Can I add something too after you're done?
Some people are talking about the FHA, and the FHA is predicated upon the credit score, if I'm not mistaken. So you can get a 3.5, you can get a 10% down, a 3.5% down. It's just predicated upon your credit score. your down payment. But these are things that Black men don't look into because they can't save $5, you know, if their lives dependent upon it. Go ahead, Siobhan.
I just wanted to note that while this increase is taking place, please don't forget that there is still a lot of red tape, there's still a lot of discrimination, and there's still a lot of obstacles for Black women buying homes. That's why
Yes.
this is such a beautiful thing to see, to witness happening. Plus, there are a lot more Black women now who are creating and organizing groups to help other Black women to be able to get past the red tape of the home buyer market. I'm wondering why the men haven't come up with that.
Right.
Where
And-
are
and-
they-
and-
Wait, hold on one second. I
Before
just want to
Bob-
read off this. Let me read off this this super chat super chat, that message request quick. Chief Goddess says, I purchased a home in 2013 during the buyer's market in New York City. Fast forward 2023, and my property is worth $400,000 more than the purchase price. No investment increases this much this fast.
Fact.
Shout out to you,
Okay.
Chief Goddess.
Yeah. So before I bought my home, I had one realtor who told me I couldn't afford to buy a home in the area that I live in. She got fired, of course, and I bought the home in the area she said I couldn't afford.
Oh.
So there is, and this was a white
See?
woman. It was a white woman. So yes, you have to know what you know. And I was very blessed. And look, the military did me justice, and having a federal government job is doing me justice. You have to set yourself up for successes, and regardless as the obstacles you face, because I faced obstacles too. But you have to set yourself up for successes, and you have to seek the information because the information is out there. I can tell you so many times I've tried or wanted to help people even online, but I don't throw my pearls to swine. I ask a question. If you want the information, it's readily available. And Monica and I are always talking about federal government jobs. I even talk about education jobs. Get a job that offers you benefits. Get a job that offers you a retirement that matches, like where they match your retirement. It's like Black women. I've seen multitudes of Black women working federal government jobs. Not a lot of Black men, because they don't apply. It's not that Black women are taking positions from them. It's that they're not applying. It's that they don't qualify. So the jobs are out there. The market is out there. Do what you have to do to get into it. And what people don't understand about getting into the federal government is you may not get the job that you want, but being in the door allows you the opportunity to apply for what's open while you're inside because you have preference. So there's so much that you can do. And you don't have to be stagnant.
All right. In the house, Heathen Queen. In the house, Marvel. In the house, A-Lady. In the house, Tiff. Let's keep this going. Here we go.
Look up the statistics.
No man is
Hold on, I'ma
buying
talk
a
to you
home
'cause
by
you got some common
himself.
sense.
No man is buying his home by himself.
I'm gonna
He's
talk to
getting
you
a
because you
woman.
got common
He's getting a
sense.
woman.
Listen, single men typically don't buy homes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Men buy homes when they get a family, right? Meaning that they're married. So if you look up the stats, yes, more single women are buying homes than men because single men don't buy homes. It's actually sad because all that shows is women can't cooperate enough with a man to even be able to buy a home as a family, that they have to go out, acquire massive amounts of debt to buy the house by themselves. Not only are they buying the houses by themselves, Black women are getting evicted more than anybody in the country. If you look up the eviction rates, Black women are the most evicted people in the US. So yeah, you're buying these homes, but you can't even afford to pay them off. Why?
Can you pause
Because
it?
you don't have that income that you.
I don't think.
You know, for these guys to be traditional men, I find it interesting because according to tradition, a man would have already had to have had a homestead That way he could carry the woman old school over the threshold. But notice how he's waiting for a woman so he could go make a move.
Mm-hmm.
So I just wanted to point that out because these are traditional men. These are 1950s men. And well, where's the threshold to carry your bride over? Now you waiting on a woman to make a move as a man to get a homestead?
Yet they want to,
Okay.
right. Yet they want a quantum leap back to 1965.
Right. Because that was the requirement that you had to have a homestead for the woman. Otherwise, what were you doing? You had to go acquire a steady income and a homestead for that woman, so that as soon as you get married to her, you're practically getting ready to start your family right then and there.
Exactly.
You gonna kick a shout out, DJ?
Yes, Miss RV in the house. Prism is in the house. Gemini is in the house. Kim Lee Woon is in the house. Marvel's in the house. All right, let's keep it going.
Saying that you don't think so?
No, I think that a lot of
That's
women,
a fact. We can look it up right now. That's a fact. Black women are the most evicted in the
I think
US.
that's like
that's not
Section
even a
8.
shot at black women.
I
right?
think that's like
Are you
Section
talking about
8
homeowners
and-
though? 'Cause
Yeah,
homeowners,
like, you
Section
gotta
8,
look it up.
apartments,
No,
whatever you want to
you
look
gotta
at.
take out the
Also-
Section 8,
different.
taking all of
Also,
that shit.
black
Take
women
it
have
out.
the most debt out of everybody. Why? Because they're the most enrolled in college. They're the most getting those student loans, and they're the most going in debt. So they're actually the ones who need a partner the most, but are using these degrees to say they don't go out in the world buying houses by
We're
themselves.
not saying that we don't
they're
need
losing,
one.
that
We're
they're
not saying-
losing,
but we're not saying we
just
don't
to
need
say
one.
we bought it.
Pause.
I think that's sad.
This
We're
man
not
has absolutely no clue, and she did try to tell him to take out the apartments, take out Section 8, but she still doesn't understand that you don't get evicted from a house that you own. You're foreclosed upon, and even still, there's so much that you can do before you're foreclosed. You have too many options. Like, it's some people that are renting rooms out of their homes so that they can make their mortgage payments. So they're also doing an Airbnb out of their home so that they won't be foreclosed upon. See, a home affords you the ability to be able to do that. As a matter of fact, like I was talking about the other day, I knew someone who lived with her parents and she owned a fourplex. So there's so much that you can do without losing your home that this guy has no clue, no concept what he's talking about. Again, like me and Siobhan said earlier, it's a return on your investment when you invest in your education and when you invest in your home. Those are the two greatest things that you can invest in because you're going to get a large return on your investment. These men want women to wait because they can't do what we can do by ourselves. What sense would it make for a woman to sit back and wait for a unicorn to pop up and propose when black men, the marriage rate in amongst us is only 30%. Black men are only marrying 30% of the time. So black women are supposed to wait for this majestical awakening of black men so that they can get married before they buy their homes.
But do you hear the key thing that he just said? And I want to point it out for everybody. He just said that she only wants to do it to tell other people that she did it. That makes absolutely no sense. When we're talking about a home. See, that's how you know that's classic projection. No, you going out buying fancy cars, you going out buying jewelry, you going out buying thousands of dollars worth of Jordans. That's to say you just have something. But to have a home is not something to just brag about because everyone needs a home. So that made
exactly
done.
And this is the crazy part. So again, I'm going to rent a spot from somebody. I'm renting a spot from somebody, right? I'm renting an apartment and I'm at their mercy. Because again, what did we see this past year? A lot of people getting evicted because people were increasing the price of the rent, wanting people out so they can renovate the places, those apartments, so that they can get more money for the renovated apartments. We saw it all over the place. If you have your home, nobody's hiking up your mortgage like that. If you have a fixed rate, nobody's hiking up your mortgage like that. Nobody's coming along trying to kick you out because they want to restore your home. Nobody's doing that. But when you're renting somewhere, you're at the mercy of that person and that person's finances. So you're renting, helping somebody else pay their mortgage.
But Gemini, you just made a good. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
You just made a good point, Gemini, because I know that has to be a reason behind it. I'm glad that you said that, because I forgot about the gentrification that's taking place, which is another reason why these women have been evicted as well. And this is on a mass level, because a bunch of these people, like you said, these companies are buying up this property. They're going up on the rent. So this is happening on a mass level. That's why I said there are a lot of seniors in particular. I just read about a 94-year-old woman that's being kicked out of. The woman's 94 years old, being put out of her housing because Medicaid just changed the rules for her qualifications for the senior home that she was in. So this is happening on a mass scale. But we already know that in regards to our community, the reason why it's going to reflect more is because the lack of ownership, the lack of property ownership, and the lack of having generational wealth to where some of these women could be able to go to someone in the family and maybe seek help. You know, it's network, it's resources, the main components that we still lack on a larger scale within our community. So when you don't have resources, when you don't have network, when you don't have people that you could call on to cushion you, then of course our numbers are going to be the first ones to be seen, you know, across the board. So I don't even know what these guys are talking about.
Keep rolling, DJ.
Okay. Can you hear it?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Are you playing it?
I thought I was. I thought you said I did.
No, you're not playing
No,
it.
you
We
are
can't
not.
hear
Okay. Okay, hold on.
Our own homes, and we're able to do these things for ourselves. That does not say that. That does not automatically say.
Can you hear it?
Yes.
Okay.
We don't want or need a man. Y'all assume that. Y'all are insecure and you assume that that's what it is, but that's not what most women, that's not what we want.
Okay, how is buying a home, going into debt, losing the home, helping your family? That's actually hindering your kids even more.
He said losing the home. Okay.
Would you not agree? Would you rather buy a home with your husband, or would you rather buy a home alone?
I mean, of course.
See, the point that he doesn't understand is that, first of all, evictions, I mean, that's a big deal. The fact that he mislabeled evictions.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because evictions only has to do with exactly the point he's trying to make. He's trying to say that if a woman is evicted, that's bad, but it has nothing to do with homes.
Right.
So that the problem he's not, this is a
He's
huge,
conflating two different things. Yeah.
right. This is a huge miss for him. And it's embarrassing for me being another black man because, bro, you just totally, he's actually making an argument to get a house by saying the word eviction.
But did you hear the question he posed to her? Would you rather buy a house with your husband? Again, what husbands?
Right.
What husbands?
Right. What husbands? Right.
We have a 30% marriage rate amongst the black demographic. So what husbands?
Right.
And
but the stats I just read still doesn't.
Women are losing their homes left and right, like they're getting evicted. So those are two different things. Go ahead, Siobhan. I'm sorry.
But listen to the stats that I just read. So I'm debunking the stats I just read about married women being head of households. That goes to show that they're actually coveting a lot of these men. So because if the married women are the head of household and they're the buying power as a married woman, then technically the woman doesn't necessarily need the man anyway, which in turn is the reason why more single women across the board are getting their own homes. I mean, the signs of the times are right there. That makes no sense what he just said, but he's still going off of those old ancient talking points that no longer exist. Goldman Sachs, none of these people, these vendors, these loaners, the banks, they are not getting ready to turn back the hands of time for men. They're not. They've already given you really enough chances. And because the stats are the way that they are, they had to open up the door because women kicked it in. It is what it is.
Right. Henry Moore says, what you hear these men say that it's not uncommon. Most manosphere men are financially illiterate. Gwen Johnson says he's not too bright. If she has a home and gets married, they can get another home, then use the home that she currently has as rental property. Again, it's an asset. And Monica says
they ain't thinking like that, Gwen. You know that.
The unicorn husband dangles the house over your head. Exactly.
Oh man.
So I'd rather buy a home with my husband.
And
okay, so do you see women?
And let me add that their home ownership rates are dropping.
Right. That's facts. And right before you started,
so more women are owning homes than men.
And Tiff said most of the 30% of Black men getting married are coming up off the woman. Statistics show that Black women are not benefiting financially from marrying a Black man. And she's the only woman in amongst all women that don't benefit financially from marrying their counterpart.
She actually ends up losing when everything is all said and done.
Exactly.
Or are you looking like, damn, why are all these women buying homes by themselves? Why are they not buying homes as a family? Because that's what homes were made for. They were made for families. They weren't made for single people. So you as a single person buying a home alone, that's a red flag. It's not like you buying it to flip it in real estate.
Or
you
buying your home is red flag. Well,
home
as a matter of fact, excuse me while I get off the platform and go to Amazon to pick up a red flag that I can run up the side. I'm going to plant a pole in my yard and get me a big red flag and run it up and make sure it stays up, forever, if that's what he calls the red flag.
Last time I checked, homes were made to be bought. They weren't made for anybody who could afford one. They made a home for you. You could be, see, that's what's funny to me. See, and it's funny because, see, they don't mind bragging about like the Black men who live by themselves and got a big house, and so on and so forth. They'll be like, oh yeah, he cool. But when a Black woman does it, they have a problem. That's funny to me. This is doubling down on the dumb to me. This is doubling down on the dumb. This is dumb. He's talking dumb.
Let me read this.
I know two women.
Let me read this comment. Kenley Moon says, single mom with kids is a family. Exactly. If the average rent is $1,500, multiply how much over. Yeah. If the average rent is $1,500 and multiply how much over time you will have paid over 5 years, you are creating wealth for someone else when you pay rent. It's $90,000.
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, the thing is the money, people don't, that's the funny thing. And it's embarrassing to me that there were so many Black men, especially on this manosphere, that are so eager to give their money away to somebody else. That's the funny part. That it makes me laugh sadly, because we should be the ones saying, yeah, girl, you should buy your home because, you'll have a place for your kids no matter what. It takes longer to get foreclosed on than it does to get evicted. So obviously it's a better deal. And check this out. I mean, if you were to, let's say, rent an apartment, let's say in an expensive high-end location, right? That has like $5,000 a month or $3,000 a month. That's first and last is $6,000. And then sometimes they want a little deposit on top of that, which makes it about 9,000, maybe 10. That 10 G's will literally get you into a house. I can't. They ain't gonna listen to me. They're not gonna listen to me. I should try to sneak on these red pill channels and act like I'm one of them. Go, hey brother, yeah, you want to get over on these women? I tell you what, save $10,000 and put it down on a house. I got a house. Try that, brothers. But they won't do it because they don't have that kind of drive. They do not have that kind of drive. You have to have a drive, a focus, and energy to be able to be successful. And see, that's why the red pill system, that's why it's here. The reason why the red pill system is here is because it's a place for future and present failures. It's for career failures because they will make you feel good about doing nothing. Nothing from nothing, leave nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta make nothing. In fact, you know something? Let me.
Nothing from nothing, leave nothing. You gotta have something if you wanna be with me. Nothing from nothing, leave nothing. You gotta have something if you wanna be with me.
You get my point. You get my doggone point. My blood pressure's, I know it must be up. I took my pills too, doggone it. Let me calm down. Okay.
Wait. Let me address this comment before you start. Gwen says they're too busy saving up money to go to DR on Spirit airplanes.
Oh man,
Yeah, that's where their priorities lie. Exactly.
Yeah. Chief Goddess hit it too right here with Black women basket degree is affording them the opportunity to purchase a home. Exactly that. Exactly that. Monica says, it is really hard to save for a down payment when your rent is over $2,000, when you need to sacrifice for a year and work extra. Yep. You will need to, I'm sorry. I will say that correctly. You will need to sacrifice for a year and work extra. She nailed it. That's what you got to do.
Let me say this because I read this comment and just was like, oh boy. A woman said that she had 2 degrees and her income is $40,000. And so someone says you're going to have to make some sacrifices and save your money. She said, I don't want to make sacrifices. Those 2 degrees need to work for me. Your degrees won't work for you if you don't work your degrees.
Right.
So, and a lot of Black people, and a lot of Black people don't want to make sacrifices. That's the problem. They don't want to make the sacrifices that's required to live the lives that they want to live. And they have this microwave instant gratification type of mindset. And then they have the audacity to be angry at people who are successful because they've made the sacrifices.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Women that do Airbnb right now.
You know 2?
Yep.
How many women is in the world?
I'm just
That's
saying.
not
I
even a
just know
percent.
2. I know 2 right now. Oh, you know what? I know 3 actually. Personally.
There's 8 billion people in
But
the
just
world.
saying, just to me,
More than
myself.
half are women.
But that's just
not
me,
even
myself.
a point of a percentage. Let's just be realistic. Most
my
people, the average.
He's getting on my nerves with these fake ass arguments.
And can we stop? Can they stop saying that too? Can they please stop saying that it's more women than men? When the bottom line is there's no excuse when a lot of these women have children, families they're taking care of, and they're still coming up. So you still have no excuse as a man. It still makes you look bad that a woman that can have multiple children is still buying a home.
And not to mention they brag about making more than Black women. So I'm confused. So if you're making more, then why aren't you? It still stands to reason that you should be able to buy more homes. So us having more numbers does not equate to more income for one person. So what factor does that even present to what you're talking about? How does that even equate in what you're talking about? Because there are more women. It doesn't matter if the income is not more, right?
Makes it sound worse. Right.
In-
that makes it
in
sound
that-
worse because on average they're making 20. Women are making 20K lower than them. So if you're making on the average 20K more than each woman, then where's your house at?
Exactly. In the house. Orlandus is in the house. Henry Mars in the house. Monica in the house. You Can't Get Laid is in the house. Chief Goddess is in the house. Monica's in the house.
Chief Goddess said, Black men as a collective are telling Black women, how dare you want more out of life than the dust I buried you in. Facts. Oh my God. Let me read it again. Black men as a collective are telling Black women, how dare you want more out of life than the dust I buried you in.
Damn, that was.
Listen,
You know.
that's it. That's
I
it.
know
That's
a lot.
all right there. That's it.
All right. Okay, let's move forward for a little bit.
Average person is buying a house to live in. And this generation isn't even paying off these houses for real. The average woman makes $37,000.
Wait. He
Average
said
Black woman.
this generation isn't paying off houses. Did he not hear himself earlier that said 30-year mortgage? So what is he saying? Again, someone who's fiscally illiterate.
Yeah, the 30 years ain't up on the loan. Yeah, he dumb.
You know.
They're not old enough to have paid it off yet.
Not even if they were doing 10 years.
You know some of y'all.
Yeah, he's dumb.
DJ, is your blood pressure down?
Wait, hold on one second. I gotta play my jam. I gotta play my jam.
Nothing from nothing leaves nothing. You gotta have something if you want to be with me.
Okay, we can move forward now.
See, it's like the least paid out of every race. So you buying a home alone, you already in the red. In California, the average house is what? I know you
A lot.
know. We talk offline all the time. What's
And
the
the
average?
idiot said you already in the red when you buy a home in Cal. Like, dude, like this is just mind blowing. This is hilarious. Like, you're talking to people who are not fiscally literate about home ownership.
He don't know nothing.
And that's why he's able to, and the women too, it's sad to say, that's why he's able to get off these arguments on them. Because nothing he's saying is factual. You can't even juxtapose what he's saying because it's not based in reality. These men, what these men think of is paying off cars. That's the breadth of their knowledge, is paying off a car. It's not paying off a home. Yep. It's not being a home owner. It's a car. So he's trying, from what I'm hearing, he's trying to compare paying off a home and buying a home to paying off a car and buying a car. Two completely opposite different things. That's what it sounds like to me. Siobhan, does it sound like that to you? Because I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, it sounds just like that. And let's conclude that he really didn't say anything. Because we already have debunked eviction, because that doesn't count for home ownership. So really, at the end of this, he's not saying anything. He's just trying to shame Black women and gaslight. And it's unfortunate that the women are drinking out of them red cups. So they kind of slipping a little bit. But I guess that's how they keep these women on these shows, to try to psych them out. But at the end of this, he really didn't say anything, because he still hasn't produced any stats or anything that would serve as a reason for why a woman shouldn't buy a home. And let's not forget, according to my research, Asian women are almost caught up with Asian men. And these are single Asian women that are almost out. They're almost at even with Asian men in buying homes. So once again, this is global. Women are coming up. This is not just a Black issue. It's just our quote unquote men are the only ones that are bringing this up as if this is a problem. But I don't hear the Asian men. I don't hear the white men. I don't hear any other men that are complaining about this, despite the fact that the numbers support that more women across the border are owning homes.
You know what I think?
Nothing from nothing leaves nothing. You gotta have something if you want to be with me.
That's what I think.
Yeah, these guys are ridiculous. It's an embarrassment.
All right, next video. Here we go.
The gains of women and our trends in various sectors of life and society is amazing. So this story comes from Forbes. Single women are more likely to own homes than single men in nearly all states. So let's get into it. Single women who live by themselves are more likely to own a home than single men in 48 of 50 states. Online leading marketplace looked at data from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics and found that while women earn 83.1 cents for every dollar a man makes, women own about 2.46 million more homes than single men. Single women own about 10.76 million homes, while single men own about 8.12 million. Put another way, single women own an average of 12.9% of the owner-occupied homes in the 50 states versus 10.06 among single men. Louisiana has the highest share of homes owned by single women at 15% of Louisiana owner-occupied households are owned by single women, more than 2 percentage points higher than the 50-state average. North Dakota and South Dakota are the only states where single men own a higher share of homes than single women, and it's probably because women probably don't want to live in South Dakota and North Dakota. In North Dakota, single men own 12.7% of the state's owner-occupied homes. I mean, who cares about North Dakota and South Dakota? Let's move on. Florida has the largest gap in home ownership rates among single women and single men. The gap is 4.55%, nearly 2 percentage points higher than the national average of 2.84. Wyoming has the smallest gap in home ownership rates among single women and men. Although single women own more homes than single men, the equality state nearly lives up to its name with home ownership gap, gender gap of 0.39%. I love these trends. From the Pew Research Center. In fact, women younger than 30 earn at least as much as men younger than 30 in 22 U.S. metros, including New York, Washington, D.C., and L.A. In another 107 metros, women younger than 30 earn 90 to 99% of what men younger than 30 do. As the boot has...
Any thoughts so far?
No, just let her finish and then we'll come back behind her.
Been released from the necks of women, and equality and equity has become the name of the game. What women are able to accomplish is just so heartening. And the younger women, especially the ones that are opting out of motherhood, will be able to continue this trajectory because it is the motherhood tax that brings our wages down, because we can't apply for the salary raises, we can't apply for the positions. So life is about to get interesting in society. Y'all like, comment, share, and tell me what you think.
Benefits of homeownership. Number 1, tax benefits. You get to write off the property.
Let me stop it right there for now.
Can
Any
I
thoughts?
make Yeah, I want to make a note that I find it interesting that this phenomenon is taking place, because what this shows me is that men have been behind for so long that they're the reason why gentrification is taking place, because due to the fact that, especially for Black men, due to the fact that they weren't into their families and that they weren't facilitating stability in the last 30 years, this is the reason why we're going through what we're going through right now, because the finances aren't adding up. You know, the patriarchy allowed them to be able to build a dream off of a woman's back. And particularly for the Black man, he didn't show up. He didn't even come through. Even though he was promised a woman and a family, he still couldn't even produce.
Exactly. Exactly that.
Benefits of homeownership. Number 1, tax benefits. You get to write off the property taxes you've paid on your property during the year when you're filing your tax returns. Number 2, building equity. Real estate is an appreciating asset. So as you pay down your mortgage, you get to build equity and watch your money go towards something that you own rather than paying rent and having it go towards a property that someone else owns. Number 3, mortgage interest write-off. You get to also write off the mortgage interest that you're paying on your mortgage when you're filing your tax returns. Number 4, decorate or renovate whenever you choose. This is something that's not easy for renters to do because you always have to get a landlord's permission.
Do you know the benefit?
All right. Comments, like, and subscribe. Don't forget to do that.
And he just gave financial benefits, which are a plus. But let's not forget the personal and the spiritual
Mhm.
benefits, such as more peace, you know, being able to be more in contact with your community, being able to have more peace and privacy. You don't have people running over you. You don't have to be quiet while people are running under you. You can keep an eye on your children while they're playing in the backyard. A woman can wake up in the morning and sit on her front or back porch and watch the sun rise or set with her cup of coffee or tea. It's so many spiritual benefits to being able to having your own. So to hear this guy talk like this just goes to show you once again how disconnected they are and how these guys have never had anything, let alone a man to pass things down to them and teach them the value of owning anything, of even possessing anything. They don't even know how to deal with a woman. So you don't know how to deal with a woman. You don't know how to deal with children. You don't know how to buy into anything. It's like, come on, what is your value worth? But then meanwhile, the country is running through all these neighborhoods with gentrification because you guys didn't catch up. You didn't play hardball. In the game, the ball was supposed to be in your court for you to win.
Right.
Afro, did you want to chime in?
Oh, yes, sir. Peace, family. Peace to the panel and the listeners. I actually agree with the last thing she just said. Pardon me, the sister, the queen. Respectfully, I don't even know her name.
Siobhan? Siobhan.
Yes, Miss Siobhan. I agree with the last part of what she said, which is we have not been playing hardball. And one way I could give one example of how we have not been playing hardball. Now, we see that the majority of the businesses and now increasingly the real estate in our communities as African Americans is owned by immigrants. We see that. Simultaneously, we still support mass immigration.
Wait, what? Say it again.
The mass majority,
Of
the
what?
vast majority
Of
of
what?
businesses, yes, ma'am, of businesses and real estate within our physical African American communities are owned by immigrants.
Because
we have not only patronized them, we have fought to increase the amount of immigrants in our communities, which literally increases the amount of immigrants that are bidding on the real estate in our communities that we are trying to bid on ourselves. So we have to acknowledge that.
who's bidding on that? Who's bidding on that?
Well, anyone that has been to an auction of a foreclosed home knows that
And
there's
so they're
a bidding
waiting for homes to be foreclosed to bid on something as opposed to getting the
And even
property.
even if you put a house up for sale, that's my point, miss. Even if you put a house up for sale, that
So
will be
as
more.
opposed to them choosing to sell to someone who looks like them, they're selling to immigrant.
It could be a Caucasian selling the real estate. Is my point.
So that Caucasian owns that real estate, so the real estate doesn't belong to us.
Exactly, and are
so
you not
instead of black people trying to
well, hold on. Why you interrupting me though?
because I'm just
Respectfully.
I'm not trying to move this along so that
Yes,
we're
let's
not
move it along.
inundated
So I'm
with
asking.
so
So I'm
that we're
asking a
not
very simple
inundated
question.
with information that doesn't pertain to what we're talking about.
We're talking about the real estate in our communities. Yes or no? I'm asking respectfully.
Yeah, but the foreigners that are coming to buy, they're actually all around the world. That's why the Chinese are in Africa buying up property. So this is happening once again globally. But I'm talking about the fact that what did the black man do in the last 30 years to secure that him and his families and that his collective group were able to own?
I actually agree with you. That's why I said you're right. We have not been playing hardball. I'll give you an example of what I've been doing. Now, I've been drafting literally legislation myself. I've been in contact with the Congressional Black Caucus to place a moratorium on immigration. Not just
Sir,
that.
we're not going to talk about immigrants here all day.
Well, those are the ones that are buying the real estate in our communities.
That is not the subject we're talking about.
We're talking about the real estate in our communities.
Wait, Afro.
But why aren't the black men buying them?
Get your dumb ass off my page. Get your dumb ass off of my page. You stupid asshole.
I to stop and you didn't stop, so I had to put you in the back for a minute. Look, you talked about immigration the last time we did a live. Now you're talking about immigration today, which tells me that you want to talk about immigration. These people are here to talk about something else, not immigration. If I hear the word M coming out of your mouth, we're going to have to just put you on the back again, okay? The word M or anything that has to do with immigration, we're going to have to put you in the back. You're welcome to put in input as far as how Black men, we can regain our own properties due to gentrification and whatever and whatnot. But I don't want to hear nothing about immigration. You got your immigration talking yesterday. You got your immigration talking today. Whoever is paying you or is giving you credit of some, oh, see, you win. Okay, there we go. All right. So anyway, I would like to welcome them back to the stage, Creative Solutions, and You Can't Get Laid.
Hey, so I don't know why he's trying to move the goalposts and move the problem and shift it to somebody else's responsibility. That's what it sounds like. I'm lost here. There's so many opportunities here.
Yeah, and there are channels there are channels that probably focus on what he wants to talk about.
Facts.
Okay.
Nobody's waiting.
Right. When I go to a football game, I don't want to see baseball players out there on the field. I just don't. I'm going there for football. Okay. That's the point I'm trying to make. So I hope you understand, Afro. Keep it in the community. Focus on trying to get. I'm going to tell you what needs to be done. Afro, you need to focus on getting men to be more responsible and holding on to their property. That's what needs to happen. That's how Oakland has been gentrified, because young Black men and middle-aged Black men, we lost our property. That's what happened. Nobody from no foreign country was trying to buy it. If they did, they were buying it all away from China. They didn't even leave China to buy it. Believe it or not, there are investors who buy up properties that are more of a concern than even immigrants coming in, because immigrants, they still need to put in at least 5 to 10 years to be able to get the money.
Whoa. Why you say the word immigrant?
It's okay for me to say it. You just can't say it.
I get it.
That's why I make the rules. Yep, exactly.
Clearly.
Exactly.
Not fair.
Exactly. I'm not fair at all. Because this is my channel. Okay. So let me break it down here. If anybody's going to buy the property the way you're even thinking about doing it, they're not even leaving their country to do it. What they're doing is they're hooking up with these rich kingpins in this country, and they're buying the property by parcels. They're literally buying parcels up. They're buying blocks up. So the only way you're going to get what you want out of this is by actually working with your fellow brothers, our fellow brothers, okay, to buy and keep property. Buy and keep property, not jewelry, not cars, okay, not gambling the money away, not wasting money frivolously, because it's there. We got the money, we just let it go in other forms than lucrative property. That's what you need to tell everybody else.
You're being emotional. Can I speak?
But you know what, DJ Torch, I just wanted to
Wait
say
a minute.
something.
Wait a minute. You can't get laid. Afro, this is for you.
Get your dumb ass off my page. Get your dumb ass off of my page.
All right. Can I
You stupid.
Whatever y'all want to do. Because y'all clearly
Yeah,
not
we're
fair.
moving forward without you. Go ahead. You can't get laid.
Okay, I wanted to say that there is really no excuse for Black men not to own a home, because they have more opportunity out there, and a lot of them make a lot of money, like make more money than us. Like they can make more money, like literally being a garbage man, or my little brother makes $60,000 a year over here in San Francisco being a longshoreman. So how is I don't understand. And then if you get like maybe 30 people together, 30 other Black men together, and y'all put in like maybe $2,000 each, y'all can probably go to a southern city and buy like a duplex and invest in that. Like they literally don't know anything about property. owning property. I'm sorry.
They don't
you're
want to do
fine.
that.
You're fine. Exactly. And I mean that's
Too
that's
lazy.
the most simplistic plan that they could do, but they won't take that kind of advice.
Yeah, I mean, the answer is simple, and basically just the situation that Afro brought up. Instead of focusing on rallying the team, he wants to like the manosphere does, blame somebody else for the situation they're in. Instead of saying, let me get my, let's. And what he should have done is brought all his friends over here to watch the video on financial literacy that we're going through. In the last video, he ignored all that to come
talk
in here
about immigrants.
Right.
You know what?
And they will never excel or exceed as long as their focus is on someone else. Your focus, your main, you're fighting someone else as opposed to fighting to have something, because the bottom line is nobody is trying to listen to somebody who doesn't have anything, complain and whine all day. And I made this comment to someone who was head of the union. I was like, you guys like to complain to the director about a whole lot of stuff, but you never bring solutions. And it boggles my mind that we still haven't figured out how to navigate our way through employment, through housing, through all aspects of life, because we haven't bothered to sit down and study the dynamics. So this man wants to go and he wants to write Congress and he wants to write all these things as opposed to doing what you've already said and getting your brothers together and gathering your resources and your finances to buy the communities away from these people. You can't fight people with paper. That's not going to do anything. While you're waiting to form legislature that will intercede on your behalf, which has to go through all kinds of processes before it's even passed, if it gets passed. Meanwhile, you've wasted how many years waiting for somebody to do something for you when you can get in the mud and do it yourself.
And here's the funny part. You still got to have the money. Got to have the money.
Exactly. So you're wasting his time chasing down immigrants who are minding their business and doing their thing, not concerned about you because you're not a threat to them. Let's just be real. You're not a threat to them because you're not doing anything to make yourself a threat. You're not getting in studying. You're not getting these jobs. You're not making sacrifices that Black women are making. Black women are making plenty of sacrifices to get what they want. We're not busy looking at immigrants and trying to figure out what they're doing. We're too busy figuring out what we need to do to advance and to excel within the confines of what we have. Go ahead and do what you're doing, but you're not building anything while you're doing that except a paper trail.
Okay, couple shout outs, and then we're gonna let Creative and you can't get laid and Siobhan chat for a minute. Shout out to Aisha Johnson. She says, "Hey, I'm a longshoreman." Oops, that wasn't supposed to be, for only men can do that? Nope, that's not true. Everybody can do it. My sister was a captain in the Army. She did it just a bang up job too. So sorry that all that gender stuff that these men are trying to pull doesn't work either. So yeah, I got everybody. Okay.
Wait, and he said Orlando says, and Black women are broke doing this. No, sir, Black women are not broke doing this. Black women are excelling, exceeding. If you came in late, that's your problem. And you can sit back and be quiet and watch. And Black women don't ask Black men for money because Black men are the most underemployed and unemployed demographic. Black men are the least amount of the homeowners. So Black women aren't asking Black men for anything. They're getting in the mud and they're doing it themselves. Sorry, Orlando, that you guys are falling so far behind that you can't keep up. Not even in a chat. Creative.
Yes, I'm here. Yeah, I think they're trying to find a loophole. They're trying to shift the blame. And if they can't shift their blame, they have to shame you, because there's no way in hell that a woman who has 5 kids can still hold down an apartment or a house, still go to work, and you you don't have to be responsible for nobody but yourself. These men don't even have cell phones half the time. Like come on, like really, like come on. And I think it's because we I don't know. I think they're being babied. We gotta,
That's
Yeah,
exactly what it is.
yeah, that's my take.
No, they are being babied. And see, what people have to understand too is that trust and believe that the numbers are only showing the home ownership between men and women. But if we dive in deeper, I do hope everyone realizes that most of the men who own these homes, it was inherited. So they're not even really out buying property like
Well,
that anyway. Most
Not
of their
only
stuff is
inherited,
inherited.
they bought it with a woman. So they had to have
Right.
a woman to buy it with.
Right. So it's a combination of both. But in terms of the single ones is what I'm talking about, Gemini, because that's why the number has dropped. They're dropping out because guess what? They were never buying it anyway. It was being inherited to them. So that's another come up. So that means that the number would be less. That means that it's more women now that are actually first-time home buyers versus these guys. It was handed to them. So and all they've had to do is maintain it, which most of them then would go into the side of what Gemini was talking about, marrying some woman so she could care for the home. And let me just be slightly anecdotal and say that I personally know 5 Black men who are in their 50s, 50 plus. They all inherited a home from their mom when she passed, and none of those men have that home to this day. Most of them didn't even last but a couple of years in it, and they lost it because they didn't know what to do, and they couldn't find a woman who was going to come up in there and take over for them.
I want to read this because it speaks volumes to the title. First Orlando's comes in kicking in the door saying, where is it? Trying to find his comment. He came in kicking in the door talking about Black women. Where is it? Did it get deleted? Where he came in the room talking about Black women and how they're in debt and they're losing everything. Did he not kick in the door? And Black women are broke doing this. Don't ask Black men for money. And he puts that in all caps. So when he gets read, now he says, "You're shaming us. Wow, this is crazy." You see the hypocrisy? You can't kick in the door. They can't kicking in the door talking about Black women. They love coming in talking about Black women, kicking in the door, trying to kick us in the face. And then when we kick them back and knock them out, all of a sudden it's on us and we're blaming and shaming them. You can't, you can't do anything with these Negladites.
I wanted to talk about what Siobhan said. So tell me why. I know this guy. This guy told me from his own mouth, right? He doesn't want to get married because his mother gave him a property, right? And he don't want to have to split that in case a divorce happened. And I'm just saying there, like, your mother gave you a property. There's people out here who worked hard and got their own property for themselves, and they can't afford to say their mother gave them a property. I was just like, what the hell? Like, I don't think they really cherish the things that they have because they didn't work hard for it. They don't know what it takes to go in and do the maintenance, to make sure everything is paid, to make sure, everything was within guidelines. They don't know about that type of responsibility because they always been sheltered. The fact that he just said that, I was just like, what?
And it's not even just it's not even just the finances, y'all. It's the laziness to be able to be consistent with it, because you just made a good point, and that's him saying he didn't want to lose the home. Well, guess what? That's when you do further research to find out how to protect your home. So you basically keep a homeowner who doesn't even know his rights. So that means that he's already at a loss just off the fact that he hasn't even done research and studied on how to protect his home, not even just from a woman, but just to protect his home and his assets in general. So this just going to show you how it doesn't matter how much money that these guys have. It doesn't matter of what kind of resources they think they have. You have to be consistent. You have to be willing to be responsible. And that's the core problem. You could give these guys whatever amount of money. They don't want to be responsible.
I want to,
you know what? I wanted to say,
go ahead.
That I didn't mean when I say that, I didn't say that to say that a woman that a man can only do longshoremen, but I'm talking about
No,
like those
no,
jobs.
no, they didn't say. I don't think they took it that way. You can't get laid.
Okay, well, I just wanted to say that a lot of black men complain about the fact that they have a record and they can't get the job that, they can't get a job. So like you can have a criminal record, you can have a felony and get a job working on a garbage truck or, working as a longshoreman or like these jobs that pay some good money. I mean, I'm not saying like a garbage man doesn't make more than me, but I'm just saying they make a lot. They make more than like a school teacher or like stuff that a lot of black women are going to school to get their doctorate in, like education and.
Well, they're
But
not making more than an educated with a doctorate degree.
Okay, can I just say one thing? She make up a good point. I'm just let you know, people who got felons, they can still get good jobs. They can still own companies. They can still do a whole lot. It's just him.
Quite frankly, I'm not worried about felons. I'm not. I really don't want to focus and concentrate on the criminals of society. And I think black women. I'm not trying to be funny, and I'm not trying to be rude, but I think black women focus too much on trying to help the people who won't help themselves. Now,
I agree.
As far as the productive men, those men can go get those jobs and do something with themselves and actually build upon that and get better jobs. But I just don't want to focus on the criminals of society.
No, well, I wasn't, but where I'm from, like I live in San Francisco, and you see a lot of homelessness amongst black men, particularly amongst black men. And I don't see like a lot of black men in corporate America where I'm from. And so they talk, the ones that I do talk to, or I'm not trying to help them out because I don't even deal with them like that, but the ones that I do hear talk, they say, oh well, I can't do this or I can't do that because I have a criminal record, which seems to be the case with a lot of the black men in America. So I don't know, this guy on the video, he's making an excuse for probably why he can't, subconsciously making an excuse for why he can't own a home. And he's like attacking black women because he just feels like men should be the ones that have the upper hand economically, and he has a lot of internal anger from that.
Well, men do have the upper hand economically, so I'm confused because
those are excuses across the board. Because in fact, I saw a documentary. And the brother who was in charge of a resource to help brothers with felonies, he spoke specifically about how black men don't want to come and ask for that help, despite the fact that they're there. So there are resources and there are help out there across the board. We have the World Wide Web. You could literally sit and for hours on end under the roof of your home, if they in a mama, grandma basement, and look up this information. Seek and ye shall find, knock and let the door be open to you. But they don't want to. And these are just, once again, excuses. If you want to find your way out of something, you can find your way or create a lane. So I get where Gemini is coming from, because it becomes a headache after a while. Because if anytime I've read of 5 single mothers, and these are just the 5 I've read, 5 single mothers who took their stimulus checks and who are now progressing in their own business since the pandemic. But yet I can tell you about 50 indictments of black men going to jail through PPP loans. So you have to, once again, your mindset has to be in the right place, and you got to be able to hit the pavement. Old school, get the resources offline, go seek and ye shall find. But sitting around, I can't do this, I can't do that, then guess what? You can't get a woman, you can't have a family. The end.
I was gonna mention, Chevron, you forgot to add how one of those black men actually tried to kill the mother for the money, for the stimulus check.
Yeah, that's another. Yeah, we saw plenty of those incidents taking place as well, with the unaliving of black women due to those stimulus checks. But I was just speaking more in the positive terms of how those women, and we're talking about single mothers. That one lady, she had 3 children, and she took her $1,200 check. And then she was giving advice. She turned it into a business, online financial advice. that she was well versed in. She just hadn't been able to kick into it career-wise because she was a mom. And she ended up profiting $5 million. So here she is, a business owner now. You know, she's a businesswoman with 3 children. I don't want to hear a man who has no day-to-day responsibilities, especially with children, talk about how he can't do nothing. Nobody wants to hear that. It's not real. It's a lie.
Yeah.
DJ,
Well, my point was that they're not going to do anything. They're going to make any excuse. They're not going to do anything. Even if you tell them, look, you have the ability to go get a blue collar job and save up your coins and, you know, just live at home with moms for a minute and then invest in getting a home or an apartment. I mean, you got to take baby steps. No matter what you say, I'm saying this in theory, but I know they're not going to do it. But they're not going to do it because they just feel like somebody owes them something. They feel like they're entitled to something. And so that's all I wanted to say. But I was just saying that there's no excuse for them not to own a home or do anything, because I see so many women, single women, who have have more than 2 kids and they're still like doing what they have to do. Like she said, I think it was Siobhan, and like their baby mamas is doing bad, really bad. I mean, their baby daddies are doing really bad. Thank God I'm not in like that situation, but you know, I could really look up to Black women and I really admire them for their strength. But that's all I wanted to say.
Well said.
Thank
I'm going to
you.
move on.
A man does not feel like committing to you until
I'm literally tired of males, Black males, talking to us women. I need them to gather up their brethren. I need them to get a Black boy while he's still in middle school or high school and help mentor him. Because in 2019, the National Assessment of Education Progress data also highlighted that only 6% of 12th grade Black males were reading at the proficient level, and only 1% were reading at advanced levels. So why not tackle Black boys in their reading skill? And then maybe Black males should be talking about Black males and their graduation rates. This is college graduation rates. According to the National Center for Education Statistics, only 36% of Black male students completed a bachelor's degree within 6 years. So maybe that is something that they could tackle outside of talking about market value and talking to women. I do want to mention that high school dropouts are more likely to go to prison. Of all the males in federal and state prisons, 80% do not have a high school diploma. So this is something else that we could tackle in the Black community. Black men, instead of talking to us Black women, why not mentor a Black boy in middle school? So by the time they get to high school, they will graduate, hopefully. Because according to a report by the Hamilton Project, there is a nearly 70% chance that an African-American man without his high school diploma will be in prison by his mid-30s. There is a 16.6% unemployment rate for African-Americans without a high school diploma, showing that men in this demographic have about the same chance of being incarcerated than being employed. So how about tackling that? How about that versus talking to women? Now, let's talk about what Black male joblessness is costing the economy. The full cost of Black men's joblessness is about $50 billion a year, when considering that the official statistics undercount Black men's joblessness. Now, y'all will sit up on these internet streets and talk about Black women this, Black women that, our market value this, our market value that. Got it. But if you're not putting out a product from your demographic that is worthy of being picked, of being chosen, because choosing goes both ways. Why does it matter what we do? We can wrap ourselves up in the most beautiful packages and be fit, feminine, and friendly, and have our long, luxurious locks and natural hair and no eyelashes. But if your demographic is not putting out anything that is worthy of being chosen, we're still going to be single, and we'll still need to be single. So worry about that. Worry about your demographic. Like, comment, share.
I don't know. So let's talk about a company who.
All right.
And did she, I didn't hear, because I know the stat, but I know she brought up the 37% of men who have bachelor's degrees. but that's a number that's remained. In fact, women have gone from 17% to 35%. So once again, women are coming up with children included. And meanwhile, the men are staying stagnant at that 37%. Now women have caught up to 35%. What do you think is going to happen in the next 10 years?
And that's another thing when you said the next 10 years, because it takes time for these degrees to pay off. I love how they always say, well, you're still doing this and you're still doing that. It takes time for those things. That's how you know they don't know about investments. It takes time for your investments to grow.
Right. That's one of the weakest links for us Black men is the lack of patience we have. It gets us. It gets us every time. It gets us every time. Instead of taking that money, saving it, not using it for jewelry and dates and whatever. Instead of saving up and buying a house, we're spending it. We're spending it up quicker than anybody. We spend our money faster than anybody. So that's the core issue right there. So let me kick out some shout outs though to JP's in the house, the Peso Man's in the house, Kim Lee Moon is in the house, Monica's in the house. Yeah, we are. It is going down tonight.
DJ Torch,
Can I
I
make
was going
another
to ask you.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was going to ask you, where's all the money that, like, if a lot of these guys, they live with their baby moms or they live with their mothers, why, where is all this money going? Like, they don't, like, a lot of them I see, they don't pay rent. I'm not saying this is in all situations, but in a lot of urban cities, like if you look at the news and you look at the urban city, a lot of them are living with their baby mamas, living with their moms. Like, if they do have a little Amazon job or something, like, what are they doing with their job if they're not paying the money? They're not paying rent. They're not.
It's going on vanity. It's going on vanity. You can't get laid. It's going on everything that's based on vanity. Because even when we reviewed the Section 8 video with Angry Man, and who was the guy, the other guy, DJ, the light-skinned guy with the red.
Oh.
No, not
yeah,
Destiny,
with the tennis shoes
but
in the
other guy
background.
Yeah, what was it? Patriarchy Strikes or something.
Yeah, something
Now,
stupid.
in the background, you could see his whole wall was filled with shoes, which shows me he must not be living in his own place for him to have a whole wall of shoes. So their money goes on vanity. That's why I said the chains, the jewelry, the shoes, their items go on depreciating things. Women, these Spirit Airline trips, like somebody said earlier, it's all for vanity. So that's why they're not putting forth anything in the market to be viable and to be recognized. But yet they want to get mad that Goldman Sachs wants to invest in Black women, because guess what? Goldman Sachs sees that Black women are investing in the economy. That's the only way that the numbers could come back to support that you're even worthy of a contribution or a partnership with someone, is that you're seeing production take place. So it's always a buyer's market in terms of, just like how you tried to come up here talking about the immigration. Well, I can't get mad if people want to come over and buy the property. Guess what? If you got something to sell, you're gonna what? Sell to the person who gives you a good deal. You're not about to sit around and wait for nobody talking about they're gonna get their check in 2 weeks. Well, you need your money right now. So you're going to sell to a buyer who's ready to buy. Nobody's waiting around on you to figure it out.
They have a nerve to complain and boycott because Goldman Sachs decided to invest in Black women, and they got a nerve to be going around complaining and saying they're going to boycott. I think the only reason Goldman Sachs, hasn't acted, because they probably know that a lot of these mammies are going to give the money to these dusties. So
no, they're acting and they've acted. So they're not withholding anything.
Oh, okay.
Goldman Sachs is investing.
Yeah, they already doing that, and there's nothing that they could do legally anyway. because if Goldman Sachs wants to sponsor Black women, then there's no legalities in that, because it's not like it's a grant program. It's not like it's something to where, you know, they can file some type of discrimination laws. If I'm going to give you something, I have every right to give you something. Nobody can come and sue me because I want to contribute or donate to your cause, or give you a grant, or get in a partnership with you. But if I was opening up a program and then I try to, you know, put boundaries up and barriers that are illegal, then yeah, you could come with something. But they can't do that. They have no case.
Wow, that's so sad.
They just crying and whining.
All right, A Lady's gonna come up for a second. This is a great conversation. I need to reiterate to everybody who's going to listen to this live in this video that Goldman Sachs knows they're going to get a return from Black women. That's
Right.
how bad it is for us Black men, that they would love to give us money if they knew they were going to get it back, but they'd see what we're spending it on. They've had bean counters counting this stuff. They see that Black women have a value. They value, believe it or not, being conservative with their money. Black women, they know, Goldman Sachs knows that Black women are going to save money. If they start a business, they're going to try their best to run the business responsibly. And it's only because Black women start these businesses with their own capital that that businesses don't succeed as much. But they know that if these businesses start to succeed, guess who's going to get paid more?
Exactly. That's exactly it. They're willing to take the risk on Black women because Black women are taking the risk.
Right.
They put up their own capital to do so, which means that what Goldman Sachs sees is that Black women believe in what they're doing so much so that they're willing to risk their own money to do so and fail. They're willing to risk their own money and fail. Even if they fail, they're willing to take the risk. And that's what they see. They see the work ethic. Let me tell you something, and then I'm gonna let a lady go. Even the most racist person, if they see a Black person's work ethic, will respect your work ethic. They may hate the Black guts, but if they see your work ethic, trust and believe they want you on their team because they see your
Absolutely.
work ethic.
Absolutely.
All right, A Lady, go ahead and chat.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Great show. Can you hear me? Okay?
A Lady, welcome to the stage. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Yeah, we can hear you. Okay, great. So, great conversation. I just wanted to add my 2 cents based on what I've been hearing around, the social media spaces. I think our young men are being given bad advice by older men. And I'll give you a couple of examples. One guy said, and all the guys on the panel agreed, he said that he was told when he was young, have all the sex you can while you're young before you get tied down. And, even as a young teenager, they're being told this, and they're also being told to experiment with different kinds of women in different races. So when you start your life off like that, you're asking for trouble. So you start off in the hole. So that's one way in which they're giving them bad advice. And then I think I saw Orlando in the chat saying, I own my own home. Orlando, it's up to you to turn to these young men who are in your community and ask them and help them, encourage them to buy homes and become property owners. I mean, because you guys, I don't know if you're Black or not, but men are looking to other men for leadership. We see that everywhere, right? That's what this whole manosphere thing is doing. And I haven't heard not one manosphere conversation centering around buying a home. There's one guy, he's like, I can't think of his name right now, but he does talk about things like that, home ownership.
Those channels don't get views. The channels that don't get views, the ones that talk about helping, the ones that talk about mentoring, the ones that talk about education, the ones that talk about home ownership, the ones that talk about therapy. I've done the research. Those channels are small channels. They don't get views because this is not what these guys want to hear. And those old men are interested in those young men excelling because they have that crab in the barrel mentality. Not only do they not want Black women to exceed them, they don't want young Black men to exceed them either.
Yes, and to that point, they see the young men as competition. And I see that advice that they are giving young men all around these social media spaces, horrible advice. You'll never get a woman approaching her with black pill or red pill conversation, never. And if you do, she is there just to get the bag if you have one. So that's my 2 cents I wanted to add to it. We need better leadership. We need leadership, period. And if a man is not around to do it, the women are doing it, and we're doing the best we can. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much,
lady.
I want to comment off what she said too. And I'm not trying to take over though. Somebody want to go first?
Well, I just wanted to ask a question. All right, DJ, as an older Black man, you say you're an older Black man, right?
Absolutely.
Why don't younger Black men, like these older Black men, are not giving them any type of knowledge they can use? Why aren't they thinking like, you see that building downtown, or one day I want to own that? Why aren't they why are they thinking about like Spirit Airlines and hopping on the going overseas and this stupid stuff, and all it is about sex? I mean, why aren't the older men, I'm not saying you, but I'm just saying, why are the older men only talking about this instead of getting them to have some type of authority in the future, or own some type of business, be business minded? Why are the older guys jealous of these? Not you, but I know you're not. But like, are the older guys out here, are they jealous of the younger guys, or what?
What it is that a lot of the it's a couple things. It's double. One thing is exactly that there are a lot of jealous older men who still want to run through women even though they're in their mid 50s or mid 40s. That is absolutely true. Secondly, a lot of these younger men, they find men who just want to talk about moral things, like getting a good or getting a good job, working hard, treating women right, getting an education, getting a good job. That's boring and simp-like to these younger men. They want to live the hip hop. They want to live the hip hop life. They want to live the hip hop culture of fast money, fast women, big chains, and long and lots of weed. That's what I'm not trying to disrespect these young men, but that's what they keep showing us. When I go to one of these panels, this is what's going down. They will look at me and they will call me a simp for literally respecting women in their own family. When they start to talk smack about women, they don't realize they're talking smack about their own family, their own moms. There's an exception. That same crap that Tampon Daniels was talking. You don't do you can't do that. You can't do exceptions. Okay. The thing you need to focus on is this: if the men are listening, you need to focus on being worthy. You need to be focusing on being valuable. And that doesn't mean the amount that you got around your neck, or what you're driving around in, or what you got on your arm. It has to do with being, if you want to actually be married or be in a serious relationship, you have to have an value that extends more than just a day or two. It has to be a value. You have to have a personality that a woman feels safe around. You have to have value that a woman feels that proud of. You have to have patience. You have to have kindness. Because the bottom line is this: is if you don't have any of those, you've seen how these men that don't have that, see what happens to them. They end up being a mess. They're being messy. Look at the millionaire man himself that he calls himself. I don't believe he's a millionaire, in my opinion. Tampon Daniels. He has a hot head. He's disrespectful. He's rude. He's disgusting. And I'm not saying because of I have anything against him. It's just the observation I see. That's who he is. When he's talking about throwing women and children in the bathwater out, he's talking about your mom, your nieces, your female cousins, your sisters, your wife, if you have one, but probably not if you're on his channel, and and your friends, your women friends that should be around you. Oh wait, my bad. I forgot. When it comes to the red pill, there are no women that are friends. You only see them as sex partners. My bad. I'm sorry about that. But that's the problem. These men are literally teaching these young men the opposite thing to do. You don't brag about your money. If you do have money, you don't brag about the little bit of money you have, because see, when I grew up in a different culture, nobody bragged about money because they knew that somebody else right next door to them had more than they did. And so they didn't want to be forced to have to sit the hell down. So that's why it's really sad to see men, especially black men, who generally we have less than everybody else, brag about money. I'm done.
Well, don't you think, DJ, that these guys are living vicariously through these young men because of the internet now, with the inception of it? It's like they get to live a second life of sorts where they get to take risks through these young men because they themselves aren't used to the current state of affairs. So they probably think that these guys can just always come back and have a woman to lay up under because they've been able to do that. So I don't even think a lot of these older men have caught up to really what's going on. They think these guys could still run around and still have a chance like they did to be able to die on a black woman's couch.
Exactly.
Creative.
Oh, yes, I'm here.
Did you want to say anything?
Oh no, I was just listening to you. I fully agree. You guys taking me down memory lane of my 20s and how, oh my God, what was I thinking? But yeah, I was like, I should have met Shara Seven on her channel when I was in my 20s.
I'm the heavy one. I'm the one that brings the heavy, but I just really want women to be aware that you don't squander anything that you have, because it's dangerous out here. Like these men don't have anything to lose, and we have more to lose than they could ever have, than they could think about having. So be mindful of who you allow in your spaces. Like these men will come and drop a toothbrush and get mail at your house, and then you can't get rid of them. So, be mindful who you allow. I mean, I'm being funny, but I'm being for real, because they will set up residence in your house and then you got to evict them. And then you're worried about your life because they don't have anything to lose. So, this desperation to have some male up under you is crazy. It really is crazy. And it's getting a lot of black women unalive. So just be mindful of who you're allowing around you. Make sure they have something to lose. More than what you have to lose. It's not, they aren't that great. These guys are not that great to be losing your life over. I'm just sorry.
You know what? I didn't even.
Can I I wanted to make a comment real quick off of what a lady said, if I can.
Go ahead.
Because earlier, when she made the comment, when she said how these men are telling these young men to have as much sex as they can, I just wanted to make a comment on that by saying that men like that, married or not, those are not the kind of men that I want to be living by, because that's a predator in the making. So I find that very disturbing.
Especially the ones that are saying girls are turning 18 every day.
Right. It's all encompassing of that. So to hear that is like, that's a red flag. That doesn't sound like the kind of guy that I want to be buying my home by, married or not. That sounds like a predator in the making to me.
That's right. And it's so sad because, I don't want to get off the topic of homeownership, so it's really important. But yeah, these guys are giving bad advice, and I think about Anton, and he was kind of busted the other day, and it appears that he's living in an apartment. So if he's at the
You guys are funny. Y'all are too funny. I like that.
I don't want to give out any misinformation. I will just say that I did see a video a guy made. It was of that video that Yanni, you guys have all seen it. That Yanni, is telling Anton off. She's straightening him out. So he's doing a lot of walking in that video. And so he actually showed, I'm pretty sure it's that video. He's walking into his house and somebody, I think it's that video. Now it might be the Lambo video. Anyway, they slowed it down. It took screenshots. You can see the apartment number above the apartment that he went into. And so another young lady said, I know exactly where that apartment complex is. And so that's circulating right now in a video, his apartment complex. I was giving him the benefit of the doubt, and I thought maybe he had some people get apartments downtown, so they're being close to the action. His apartment is out in Walled Lake somewhere, which is like the suburbs. So I don't know, you guys. I don't know. I mean, there's like no one in that whole organization who's really been someone who you want to say this is a role model. Right. I can't think of not one of them.
Let me tell you something. And DJ laughs at me. Like, I'm the kind of person I sit back and I do this with even television shows. I look at backgrounds. Like, I can hear you talking, but I'm looking at your background. More than I'm listening to you talk. Yeah. And and if people would do that, if people would just stop listen to what people are saying, but also look at their background. A lot of times their background don't match what they're saying.
Right.
Yeah.
If you see somebody filming in the car all the time, don't you wonder what they're living in?
Exactly. And Kim says the apartment has a apartment with a detached or attached garage. I think it's attached.
You guys
and if you're watching somebody and they make that square so that they're coming on camera, but they're making that square so little that you can't see anything behind them.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just stuff like that.
Real tight angle, yeah. Like razor rays, yeah. Oops,
I mean, but I'm saying this because a lot of Black people get caught up on these content creators, but they're not actually looking behind. They're not like actually looking at the person's surroundings. See, a lot of these people like to talk big, but when you're accustomed to being around people that have something and being around, well, they don't talk about it like that. They do not talk about it. You don't hear that. But I admonish people to just start paying attention to people who do all this talking and understand that you can be anything you want to be. And Monica said, Black women, the original Inspector Gadgets.
Absolutely, right.
And, pay attention so you don't get caught up, because a lot of these people have you thinking they have all this stuff and they have nothing. Like, nobody that has a lot is sitting online begging 24/7. Like, nobody, just like Obsidian. People thought Obsidian had all this stuff, but if you can't pay your cable bill, you don't have anything. Like, come on, people. I just need people to be smart when they're listening to people. Like, even when you're paying to be on their Patreon, just watch people's background, listen to what they say, and know they're not all that. Take people with a grain of salt. Don't try to model your lives or be frustrated with your lives because you're listening or looking at these people. And then even with the women that are doing this luxury lifestyle and all this other stuff, a lot of them they either have sponsors or they're going into debt doing this stuff. Like, they can't keep up with it. So just be realistic with yourself and don't have your eyes so focused on what other people have that you become disenchanted with what you have and what you're working for.
Absolutely. These people are faking it till they can make it, if they can make it online. They are they have been proven to be such frauds. I would definitely, if there's somebody you really like online, I would look for their credentials. I really would.
Yeah, but look at their attitudes too. I mean, he's too pumped up. This is how you know that these guys don't have anything anyway. I mean, they're too angry, they're too bombastic and over the top. There's no way you could really be doing any real business and you're not well balanced. You won't be able to make power moves in the boardroom with your blood pressure like that. You'll be dead. It's not happening in real life. You have to be centered and more grounded. And then, you know, when he showed that 35,000, when he said that was his budget on jewelry a month, I already knew he wasn't talking about nothing. I knew that was a
That's crazy. Did you see the Lambo paperwork? Did anybody see that?
No. What is that?
Okay, so the day he got told off by Yanni, the next morning he streamed a live of him and his family down at the Lamborghini dealership, and he was like, "Yeah, I just bought 2 Lamborghinis." And he said, "Yeah, my wife, my daughter." He showed his wife and his daughter in one of the offices. He said they're picking out how they want the vehicles to be laid out. Somebody did a screenshot on the paperwork, and the paperwork was blank.
And that's what I'm saying, lady. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's somebody like me that would do something like that. Like, stop playing with me. Like, stop playing. People get tired of people playing with them. So stop playing with people, because it's some real. I'm a light investigator. Like, I don't go deep diving. I just look at but it's some people on this Beyonce's internet that will go deep diving. Like, they could tell you what your dog ate for dinner 2 weeks ago. Like, this is how enthralled that these people will get on bursting you out. Like, they will expose your whole life. So I don't even know why these people front like that. You piss off the wrong person on this platform. Oh man, you can hang
people are stupid. They really think people are stupid. And I will say a lot of those Manosphere viewers, they aren't the smartest or the sharpest knife in the drawer or whatever. Okay.
Exactly.
So, but yeah, there are real investigators who are on social media and they are busting these people out. It's hilarious. I love when a liar gets caught.
And it's crazy. So
Why
you're
is he
going
buying
instead
2
of
Lambos.
Right. I was just getting ready to say this, Siobhan. Instead of you going to buy a home,
It was ego. It's ego.
Instead of you going to buy another property that you can rent out or something, or a business, even a strip mall, you go buy 2 Lamborghinis that depreciate as soon as you drive them off the lot.
You should see the comments.
Right?
This is why the comments under that. Yeah, there were some people saying, we don't like you, whatever. But there were people, a lot of them commenting saying, "Yeah, that's my man. I know my man can do it. You go, boy."
Because they're easily fooled. It's all about the flash.
Yep.
They don't understand, and this is why black people, and it's particularly black men, will continue to stay behind, is because of the eyes. It's this incessant need for things, for flashy things, and for everybody else to see you as some type of person with wealth. When people who have wealth, or people who have been in proximity with wealth, can look at them and say, these people don't have what they say they have. And when you're accustomed to listening to people, you really know that they're full of bull.
And you know what? You're really not going to get no real good wear and tear out of that Lambo anyway. You got to take that baby and drive it out somewhere where you can really stretch that baby out. Otherwise, it ain't even really worth it. It's so unnecessary and showy. It's like, you go rent a Lambo. That's something. If you're going to spend the money, you have it.
That's
Why rent
true.
it,
That's
play with it,
fine.
and then put it away?
Not to mention the maintenance. How much you're gonna pay in maintenance? Come on now, you break out a headlight in a Lambo and see how much it's gonna cost you to fix it.
But that's like little kid stuff. That's some stuff that little kids go do. It's not something that a grown person will spend their money on.
Childish, but it. You know what? It impressed the people who give him super chats.
That's another thing.
These guys are lazy.
That's another thing. I hate to be this person, and I'm not a pocket watcher, but I don't understand. This baffles me. Like, how can you send all these super chats and at the same time complain about the price of food? Like, help me understand this. Like, broke people are always complaining about something, yet they're always throwing super chats at somebody in cash apps.
Somebody might have to tell me who has been involved in that, but I see a thing going on with that. Okay, so they're impressing other women in the chats, especially when they have like 1,000 people in some of those chat rooms. They're impressing their I'm not even sure if they don't make them do it, but their mentors, because they paid them from 100, I don't know, from $50 to $500 an hour for individual consultations. So they are impressing those guys when they do that. And then when their mentors go on someone else's chat, they have to show up, and they have to impress, like, look at my people, look at how they're sending super chat money over to you. So it's a ego stroking, it's a bizarre way of showing manhood, basically.
You can't get late. You were trying to say something?
No, I was just going to say that I think that these guys are just incels, and they don't. Well, I think that a lot of Black men, unfortunately, are just lazy in general. And a lot of them live vicariously through other men because they don't have the chutzpah to do it themselves. So I'm just like, I just think that they are incels, and they don't go out the house. All they do is stay behind the computer. They don't they're scared to talk to women, or they don't have to drive to talk to women. So they see all these guys on like dating coaches on YouTube, like the Kevin Samuels and these other fake dating coaches. So they just live vicariously when this guy say, oh, like, I got 1,000 dates. I'm dating these like Brazilian women and these white women of no color. Then they're like, they don't have the drive to do it, so they just live through the internet, and then they like to insult Black women in the chat because they get some type of thrill, and it's exciting to them. I could be wrong, but
no, it's well said. I agree.
Yeah,
but
no, they are.
I wanted to say, I didn't want to talk about the passport bros, but I was at first, I was first looking at a person who was talking about like but the subject got to the passport bros, and it was like, really, first I was like, okay, well, I don't care where these guys go. I mean, I'm not interested, and they could go, but the degeneracy, when I looked at the degeneracy of it, you mean to tell me that you will actually leave your own community, which you're not needed anyway here, but like leave your own community, and then just because you want to run through women, and then like just like pay for hookers instead of trying to build anything. And it just made me think that it was disgusting. I just felt disgusted. So that's why I mentioned the passport bros.
Well, yeah, because they're all doing the same thing, and that's just really promoting sex. And because sex depletes men, then it's counterproductive to being able to build up anything and establish themselves if they're supposed to be going around having all this sex and pursuing women. That takes a lot of time to do that, but they won't take that same drive and tenacity and put it into their own health and well-being or their own social and economical status.
Well, and just leading back to the conversation about home ownership, something else that is very, very disturbing is this idea that these people are saying in the manosphere that there is no Black community. There is there's nothing there. So there's nothing to preserve, and there's nothing to save. So that's why there's a real movement that you are independent. You don't have to worry about anybody else. It's not your responsibility to take care of anybody else. You can be with anybody of any race and not feel any kind of guilt. You don't have to worry about the ghetto because you don't live there. You're not of the ghetto. And when you have that kind of mindset and you see yourself as kind of a nomad, you can pick up and travel. You can feel like you don't belong to anything, and then you do anything, and then you don't. I mean, if you don't believe you belong to anyone else, and no one belongs to you, you feel no kind of loyalty. You will do whatever it takes to make money. You will sit up online lying to people and taking their money and making them think the world is one way when it's really another way. But it's you're just feeding into what they want to hear. So that's why I believe in community. I believe ours is raggedy as hell. But we do, when you have a group, when you have two people together, I like the word that Gemini introduced as tribe. And, you know, I definitely believe in that. But I also believe you have two people together who are believing in the same thing. It's community. And so I really think we have to hold on to that idea to get these guys to understand that they do belong to something. If you don't have family, there are people who look like you.
I don't agree, lady, because you can't hold people to something that they don't believe in and that they will destroy in order to show you that they don't believe in it. These men are willing to destroy anything that any semblance of something that is put together just to show you that they don't believe in it. So it is of no use to put together something with these people, and that's why tribes are a better fit than to keep talking about a non-existent community, because they aren't like minds. There are not enough like minds amongst Black men to formulate what we deem as a community, because whether we like it or not, it's still a patriarchy, and it would take men to be the ultimate leaders. And so therefore tribes is a better descript for it, because then you have segments and sections, and the tribes themselves can make a community. But with these men, they're not looking to build up anything. They're looking to tear down anything that looks successful, including other Black men with Black women with white men, or whatever demographic of men, even Black men that are married to others, that because there are some Black men who are married outside but still believe in their Blackness and being part of the quote unquote Black community.
See, and here's one thing that Orlando, he agrees with you on that. He writes, there's nothing there. It's just an area where Black folks live. And that's what they believe. As long as they believe that there's nothing there, they're going to behave like there's nothing there.
Well, yeah, they don't see it. So, I mean, if they don't see it, then it doesn't exist. But I agree more so with Gemini in terms of you have to find like-minded people and create a tribe. And even if the women have to do it, then that's okay, because these guys are just takers anyway. So if they're not in a position to take and get something out of it, then they're going to destroy, like Gemini said. So that's just what it is. And these aren't the kind of people that we want in our community. They're just not.
At all. And these are the men who feign success. So if the ones, even the ones that have success or feign success are this way, then what are we headed towards? You see what I'm saying? Like you have lawyers that are saying this type of thing. So you know they are in a position to decimate anything that we build up, because they will spend their exorbitant amount of time to do so, because they just don't want it to succeed.
I wish we could take a poll to understand what percentage of men are in this red pill mindset. I'm holding on to the hope that it's not 51%, but there are a large enough numbers, and especially with the social media, that they are affecting and infecting our young people. And that is what really, really worries me.
But it's also a lie to a lady, because let's bring it back up. Let's go back. Okay, there's no community, but yet what was all the crying about Goldman Sachs? Then they were in the comment section calling Black women their women. So then they got back in the community when Goldman Sachs was giving money. So this is what I'm saying. They're takers. So this is how you separate the people who are really about that life versus the people who are about trying to take your life. Because we're theirs when there's something in it for them, quote unquote, seemingly. But there's no community, and those are just people that live in the ghetto when there's no benefit for them.
You are so wise, Siobhan, both of you and Gemini and everybody. I mean, that's a very good point. They want to claim us when there's something they can get from us so they can use
Right.
us.
Right. It's right there in your face for you to see it. That's why the denial, the people who are in denial, they just gonna have to get left behind. We can't do no babysitting
And
anymore
I
because
heard a
otherwise the
good-
man is gonna keep doing things.
I heard a good quote. They said, why keep someone with you that Harriet would have left behind or shot?
Okay. Not shot, but okay. But that's
you know what? I've been said that Black women need to open up their options. I mean, I grew up in a family, with the exception of my parents, of Pan-Africanism. That's very, very strict Pan-Africanism. And it was very hard for them to accept the fact that, I'm a swirler. Like, I date outside my race. Like, I'm in a relationship with someone that is not Black. And it makes me, I don't understand. Black women, they just need this. But right now, if they want to get married, like if they want to be married and have kids, then you need to open up your options. It's the only way. I know it hurts to a lot of people when I say this, but that's the only way that Black women are going to stay. Now, if you want to be single, which is probably in this day and age, if you're not already engaged, that's probably the best thing. Like, if you could separate your emotions from casual encounters, then that's great. Just make that money and just have your casual encounters and keep it moving. That's perfect. It's beautiful. But if you want to have a family and have kids, then you have to expand your options. Your chances of having a family with kids is like slim to none, because we outnumber Black men, and because they acting goofy. We're around a bunch of goofy. It's like they're walking in a grave. You just go and please just expand your options. Separate, or even if it's Black men or nothing, like a lot of these Black women say, and I don't understand, but just separate your emotions from casual encounters and keep making your money.
I'm gonna go a step further and say don't even have any casual encounters with these dudes.
Yeah, not these kind of guys that we talking
because
about.
they don't know how to separate their emotions. You might be able to, but they don't know how to.
Right, and not only that, but they're not going to be sexually responsible anyway. They're going to end. You're gonna get casual and end up with a baby, and that's just the way they're going to operate. I'd like to kick out like to kick out a shout out to All Things Nata Jean in the house, Monica in the house, Chief Goddess in the house, Gemini in the house, JP Nobody in the house. Let's keep it going.
Right.
Since
Those
we talking about
uncurables, you'll enter with those uncurables.
And since we're talking about real estate, let me just say this to women, but especially Black women. You need to be treating yourself like real estate. Start treating yourself like prime property.
Yes.
That's what you need to do, and hold yourself sacred. And then you won't even have to deal with these problems. And then we can build better communities on our own without having an oversexed man who done ran around having all this sex, and now he in the neighborhood trying to touch on the other women and children. We don't need that. That's the problem now.
Yes, you're so wise. That's true. Women have to hold themselves in much higher esteem. And I will say, I will even give the manosphere. There's one thing that they say, and it's not because they say it, and I wouldn't say it the way they say it, but women, it's up to us to tell younger women having a child on your own when you're broke, it ain't it. Okay. That don't bring any more children into poverty. Okay. If you can't at all help it, that's not the look. It's not gonna make that broke man do any better. You just made him broker and you broker. It is not the look. If you can afford to have a child by yourself and don't depend on government assistance, those are the people who I want to uphold. I don't want to uphold people. I don't want to shame anybody for having a child. Number one, once your child is here, there's nothing you can do. We should support that person with kind words and help them not have a second child, if that's what you mean. But we do have to talk to these younger people. I mean, I do, and I think in every opportunity, if somebody is like going out there 16, 17, having sex for the first time, talk to them and tell them this is not the thing to do, because let me tell you what can happen. And then also tell them about birth control. I mean, we gotta grab all the young girls we can. I know some of you guys are doing that, some of us are doing that, but I mean, going forward, it makes no freaking sense.
You know what's funny to me? My parents died when I was a teenager, but the lessons that I learned were so invaluable, and just being grown now and thinking about the lessons that I had and how prepared I was. You know, there are things, of course, there are things that I didn't know, but the things that they did teach me. And one of the things that my mom used to do is, like, we used to have to watch special episodes of different stuff, like real life stuff, because she was like, she exposed us to that so that we wouldn't go down that road. And another thing that was, you're going to college regardless. I don't know who's going to pay for it, but you're going. And you won't bring a child into this home. Now, you won't be homeless. I'm going to set you up and make sure you get a house in the projects, but you can't bring a kid in the house. So, I mean, it's just like some things you need to be scared straight about. And I think we lack that scared straight mentality, because a lot of things are very serious, and there are lifelong consequences to the decisions that we make. And I don't know that people really understand the lifelong consequences of the decisions, especially women, even as it pertains to getting with some of these men. Like, some of this stuff is lifelong, and it is really frightening that women, especially I've heard so much of women who are starting businesses and business owners, even as young as 20 something years old, and get pregnant by one of these guys and have their life terminated.
Yeah, I'm not going to say we make it look easy, but women who are having children and who are making it, they are really setting an example for younger people that, okay, I can do that too. And for young men, they're saying, shoot, my mother took care of me without daddy. So they are really getting the lesson that it can be done. A woman can go from being homeless with a child to making it, and 1 in a million can become a millionaire. I mean, it is these, and they see the example of most of our Black households are headed by women. So the young people are thinking, well, why not? My mama did it, my grandmama did it, my neighbor did it. But we have to somehow tell them that this is not it. We have to show them the pain. You know, this really hurts.
Yes,
you know,
like the realness of what you faced as a single mother, the realness of the sacrifices that you make as a single mother. I saw a thing a long time ago about this Black guy. I think he's a doctor now, and he said what changed my attitude and what made me see what my mother went through is I think he said he wanted a shirt. It was a silk shirt or something like that, and how much it cost, and he was begging his mother for it. And she said, okay, you can get that shirt, but first I want you to balance this checkbook, pay all the bills and balance this checkbook, and if we have enough after that, then you can buy that shirt. And what he found out was they were in deep in the red once the bills were paid. Mm-hmm. And it showed him what his mother was operating off of and what she was facing, you know. And he became successful, and he pulled his mother up with him and made sure that she had a home, you know. But a lot of people keep those things from their children. They don't show them what they're facing. And and it's evident by a lot of the comments that I see where people are talking about, you know, my parents need to help me, and parents are working. And I counsel people who are older than me and have children my age, and it's like they're working into their 60s and 70s to pay for kids that are in their late 30s, you know, early 30s, mm-hmm. late 30s, 40s. Like, what in the world is going on? Like, why are you still enabling? Because it's an enabling thing, but they feel entitled to their parents driving themselves in the dirt to keep up with them, to help them out. And it's insane. They don't expect that their parents should enjoy their retirement.
Right. And it's like,
you know, they just released that article too, saying that too, what you just said, Gemini. Yeah, so that that these people are taking care of their 35 to 45-year-old children in their 70s. Yeah, so they're dipping into all of
Their
their savings
retirement
and
fund.
yeah, and their
Yes.
retirements. Yeah, everything. Yeah.
Yep, I agree.
Well, that's the beauty of having a man and that, like having a husband in a household, that women, we have kids like to play on our heartstrings. I never had kids, or I am planning on having kids, but they know that the mother, if you're a single mother, it's like
I'm
men are
sorry, you
decision
can't get
makers.
laid. I'm talking about couples. I'm not just talking about single mothers. I'm talking about couples who are using their
Enabler.
retirement as a couple to help their grown children.
Oh God, well, I don't understand that. That's crazy.
Yeah, more men, what is it, 35 to 50 are moving back home with their parents. Yep.
Oh my God. And this is mostly Black people that's doing this?
It's not just
No,
Black
this is
people.
this is not just Black. That's why I said more men. Yeah, not Black men, because a lot of these Black men are homeless anyway. They don't even have they don't have anywhere to fall back on. But yeah, men in general are going back home from 35 to 50. Yeah.
Yeah, it started quite a few years ago. And you know how they say when the white community catches a cold, the Black community catches the flu. So
Yes.
a lot of wealthy white parents were allowing their children to come back home. I remember seeing a 60 Minutes show, a documentary about it or something, and they were saying they were asking these grown children, why are you back at home? Because the pool is here, because it's roomier, I don't have to do my laundry. Because parents were allowing them to, and it was cute at first, but then when it started being 1, 2, 3 years, it's not cute anymore. And so the problem in the Black community with this economy, well, that's the other thing. People, they're not, they can't afford home.
But wait. Let's just be real. This is what's funny to me too, is that they're talking about what they can't afford, but their parents are having to afford the same things. You see what I'm saying? That it's just asinine to me. Your parents, you do know your parents are paying the same price as groceries as you are, and gas as you. You see what I'm saying? Utilities are going up. Like everything is increasing for everybody. Now, granted, if they own their home, those mortgages aren't increasing excessively, but they're still living in the same economy that you are.
Exactly. And one thing, they don't feel like their parents deserve to have that time alone. And the second thing was, the guy said, he feels like his parents should not have raised him in the lap of luxury, because that's not what he's looking for. He expects that. So if he can't afford a luxurious apartment, luxurious accommodations, he's gonna stay at home with mom until he can.
Again, it's all about blaming your parents for your existence, which is, it's crazy. You blaming your parents for your existence, and so if you don't have it as well as if you fail to thrive, it's their fault too. You fail to adult, it's their fault too. Tiff says you can't move back if you never left.
Yeah, that's for the ones that didn't leave. Yeah. And what's that? Can we address this comment from Chicago Rilla? Black are homeless but moving back homes to how? No. Yes, a lot of Black men, most Black men that are homeless, they're taking up the most of the homeless population, yes. But men in general, from the ages of 35 to 50, and these are probably men more than likely who are post-divorce or was used to living off of a woman, yes. And now women don't want them. They've hit the wall now. And yes, you got to move back home to mama. And also the men in mass are leaving the workforce. So these are also unemployed men who are, once again, they're relying on their parents' money to cushion them while they move back in their home. I don't understand what part of that you don't understand.
Hey, I can give you a really sad example. My brother-in-law, my husband's brother, was an attorney, and he did some crooked stuff and lost his license. He had to move in with his mother, who lives in a senior retirement community. So not only him, but I heard that this is something that is happening. Exactly. It's not allowed. So he has to sneak in there.
That's what I was wondering, because they have strict laws.
Yes,
I
they
mean,
do. So
yeah.
this is, and this is down in Florida. So yeah, so this is another phenomenon that's happening, is that people are trying to move in with their senior parents in their retirement home when they have effed up their life. I mean, a whole attorney. I mean,
it's terrible. Oh my God.
Yeah, they bumming it up on all different type of levels. You
Well,
know,
attorneys aren't really like making that much money. Look at Dennis Sperlin, and he
Attorneys
he's
can
on
make
YouTube
attorneys,
more than
depending on what
anything.
type of lawyer you are, you can make,
yeah,
you know.
especially this guy was in his 50s.
Yeah.
So if he didn't make enough money to afford a home of his own, you know, that's his own fault. And he was doing quite well. Shoot. But yeah, that's where he ended up, because guess what? He wasn't living his life right. And so we talked about the Pookies. They can have a degree, they can make big money, but they still a Pookie deep down inside, and he's still living like one. And that's really what took him out.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's a sad state of affairs, and I see it. Like I said, I see it all over, because they're not willing to make the sacrifices. Like, yeah, they're not willing to do without, and so they have this expectation of laying up under someone else, because I feel like I'm entitled to this, and because I'm not ready to be an adult, I'm just gonna lay up under my parents, even though I'm like 40 years old. I'm not ready to be an adult. You know, I've squandered everything and done and lived this life that's non-productive, but then I want to go back home. I was watching one video where this dude went back home to his mother's house and brought a whole bunch of stuff and had it all over the place in her house. And she's sitting there like a hostage situation, because she's unable to, because they feel like they're unable to say no to their grown kids. It's sad.
It really is.
And plus, these people, what happened is that older generation, they were only accustomed to what they have seen. So in a lot of ways, they just assumed, especially with their sons, that they would find some woman to take care of them, you know, in those ways, and that things would just work out the way it did for them. But there wasn't a lot of preparation going on, because they weren't paying attention to the future and what it was going to hold. The whole idea of the American dream was to just work hard and then you'll be okay in your older years. That's been the ideal of it, you know, from at least 1950 until up until this point now, where everything is crashing and burning. You know, hard work, dedication, and you'll be okay. So that's what those people were raised upon. Now they're saying that ain't real.
All right, I'd like to welcome to the stage Chicago Rilla. How you doing?
Hey, Chicago.
Peace, family. How y'all? Good evening, everybody. Peace,
Doing
peace,
great.
peace.
What's on your mind?
Oh, no. I just wanted the opportunity to pull up, because I think sometimes when, you know, you see comments, I think stuff gets misconstrued and misunderstood. And so I don't know that sister that was responding to me. But, you know, the tone of, you know, I don't know why you don't understand. That's why I asked the question. So you explained it. So I kind of do understand, but I just wanted the opportunity to participate in the conversation, if that was cool with y'all.
That would not only be cool, but it'd be appreciated. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Did you guys get that cleared up? Is it something? Because
no. There's nothing else. I just know that sometimes in the comments it could come across, because I've been, you know, obviously I've been in this space for a minute, so I know people troll and say things, or, you know, they say one thing in the comments, and then, you know, when you give them the invite, they won't show up. So I'm just saying there was no ill intent or malice on my part. I was asking a genuine question, similar to, you know, kind of like the last show. I think these conversations are needed and productive, and so I just wanted the opportunity to be able to put some paint where it ain't during the conversation. So there's no misunderstanding. She cleared it up. I just wanted her to know my intent in asking that question was specifically for clarity.
Okay, well, you got a comment up here. What does this mean, Chicago? Black are homeless but moving back home too? That's
what she addressed. So I was saying the black men. I said black men are homeless but moving back home too, because when I came in on the conversation, I believe that's what you all were speaking to, and me specifically, from my time that I lived in Atlanta and from the time that I've been back in Chicago. You know, majority, I would say 97, 98% of the homeless population are men. right? And then I couldn't even do the breakout of, you know, the numbers of black men that are part of that population. But I speak to these brothers, and some of them are derelict, some of them have been through jail, but some of them are, you know, former professionals, right? And so in the way that, you know, this is the one thing I understand about men. Whatever situation we find ourselves in, whether we cause it ourselves or whether, you know, people take the position that, you know, oh, society did this to me. Whatever it is, for men, nobody cares, right? So you have to figure that out for yourself. And a lot of times when I talk to these men, they have some amazing stories, and it's just really unfortunate for them. But because there is no assistance, no help, no free therapy, no government assistance, no nothing, these brothers have to figure it out. And so you know, I work with a lot of these brothers. So that's what I was saying. Like, if these brothers could go home, matter of fact, quite a few of them here in Chicago that I know Inglewood Barbie serves, those brothers would rather stay in their tent and live on the street than go back home because they're prideful.
We've had these conversations before, and there is assistance out here for men. There really is. And so if you work with men, especially in, you said Chicago or Atlanta,
I've worked in both.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've worked in both, and the assistance that's available, there is. I'm not saying there's not assistance. I'm saying the last part of what I said, these brothers are prideful, right? And so there's not as much assistance for these guys as much as there are for women. And I'm not advocating that there should be as much assistance. I was just saying that men understand that when we down on our luck, whether it's by our own circumstance, our own doing, whatever it is, we have to figure that out. And the only thing I was,
but doesn't pride come before the fall?
Okay.
So there is so from a biblical standpoint, I would put all of that in context, right? Because the pride that's referenced in the biblical standpoint is referencing having so much pride that you put yourself before God, and that you're worshiping idols, and that you're worshiping everything else and everyone else before God. So yeah, pride comes before the fall. I agree.
That actually has nothing to do with God. That's actually because it was written in the Bible. It had nothing to do with God. That's just a statement. Pride is a word. Pride has a definition.
Wait, hold on. Wait, sister. Respectfully.
No, I'm just being clear.
I'm being clear as well. So the sister that made the statement, where did she get it from?
What sister that made what statement?
The sister that said pride comes before the fall.
I made the statement, but I'm telling you that
what I'm
pride
asking
has
you
one
is,
definition, and pride has no definition that's directly associated with the Bible. Pride is its own word and its own definition. So pride coming before the fall, despite the fact that it was written in a biblical text, does not mean that it solely applies to God himself.
Okay, so if I take the spiritual aspect out of it, then how am I supposed to apply that pride comes before the fall?
That if a man wants to sit on the streets and do nothing with his life instead of researching and finding a way to get out, because see, a man is supposed to create a lane if one doesn't exist. So that's where you can conclude that pride comes before the fall. Also, at whatever capacity you are working with these men, you only know what they're telling you. You don't know what their other family members or people feel about them personally in regards to them coming back to the familiar fold. So that's kind of subjective. That just depends on what the situation is.
Wait, hold on, ma'am. Honest, just respectfully, that's a lot of assumptions you're making. We do know because we talk to their families, and their families are willing to welcome them back. What I'm saying is there is a healthy pride for a man to want to make his own way. You just said he needs to create a lane. Right. Listen, you're not gonna find me up here advocating like we should hold a pity party and cry for men.
That's cool what it sounds like.
Can we wait a second? Let me interrupt. Venus Scorpio is in the house. Maya LaShawn is in the house. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, let's go to a solution. Let's go to a solution. Chicago, what do you believe the solution will be? What do these men need? Because the problem is that they seem to be taking the wrong. At least maybe the ones you were working with might be, looking for a different solution. But it seems like the men that come up, are here in the manosphere. Their solution is blaming black women instead of maybe.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. I definitely don't subscribe to that either, right? I don't subscribe to and I don't deal in manosphere politics. When I appear in these spaces, I always come representing myself. The brothers that I know, and just speaking specifically to people that are homeless, there's a lot of mental issues that go on with these brothers.
Yes.
And the only thing that I see that works, honestly, is when more brothers who are upstanding and speaking out and putting their hands in the pot and surrounding these brothers and helping to pull them up and get them on the feet. Those are the ones that we see less, they're less likely to fall back into derelict behavior, right? And then, again, a lot of these cats deal with drug addiction, alcoholism. It's a tough battle all around. So again, I know we touching on solutions, but just for the sister, I just really want to be clear. Like, I am here to have the conversation around solution. If I give a perspective, that's a perspective. That's not me putting on a cape for men and saying, let's have a pity party. I'm just saying what is and what I've experienced. That's all I'm saying. So I think for these brothers, we challenge them, we push them, and sometimes you have to tailor your message. When I'm dealing with these guys, you have to learn who you need to push hard to get the most out of. And then some of it, you got to know who you need to love on a little bit more and let them know, because there's a lot of missing pieces with these guys. There's a lot of pieces. Like, a lot of these guys didn't have fathers in the home or whatever. And, one minute they found themselves, working a 6-figure job and making all this money. And then the next thing they found themselves divorced and paying high alimony and child support. And, they got strung out on whatever drug or whatever alcohol, and they down on their luck. So to me, I think the more brothers that find themselves doing the work, but that's the thing also, DJ, toward we don't, as men, we're not as quick to reach back to help other brothers, because we sit up there and say, oh, you're a weak link, you couldn't make it. So I'm going to continue and build with the other brothers who are stronger, and we don't look back and reach back for the other brothers. So
right.
For me, it's getting more men involved.
Yeah. I was, I had worked with the school district, and I had worked with a whole lot of young men over my 20-year span in and out of the school district. But I do understand where you're coming from. But there's a saying that also Gemini has mentioned, that you can't help everybody. There are just going to be some men that they're just going to fall off no matter what. I know this, even I have some family members who are like that, where there's just nowhere, they're just going to have to be taken care of. There's a mental block or something going on, if you know what I mean. So I know what you're going through.
Yeah.
At 100%, I know what you're going through. I have a young nephew who's going through that right now, and he's not even that young anymore, if you know what I mean. So time flies so quick. He was just a little kid. All of a sudden, snap. He's mid-30s, and he's still, he needs to be taken care of because something went wrong. You see what I'm saying? I don't even think it's his fault. I think it's just sometimes some chemical went wrong in his body, if you know what I mean. It's hard for me to explain that. There's a lot of young men out there that are like that need help, that will just need help. The problem is that, the problem is if they meet somebody like an Anton Daniels or some of these other guys, if you know what I mean, that's just going to put them in a deeper hole.
My bad. Go ahead, Torch. My bad.
Yeah. Believe it or not, they probably will. A lot of these men, they walk right past you, a man who's truly willing to help them, for the flash and dash of these other men try bragging about what kind of car they drive or whatever, if you know what I mean. So I guess that's the difficulty in the situation we're in right now.
Yeah, it's a knockdown, drag out fight. And again, for the dudes that's in the manosphere and for what they project, it is what it is. And we've seen that, from pimp culture,
Yes.
to opulence and ostentatiousness of the rap culture or music in general, Hollywood culture in general, right? So
Correct.
We've seen that, and they'll always look to those type of guys, and it is a challenge to be able to say, from a blue collar, I consider myself blue collar. So from a blue collar, middle class perspective, trying to show them other things. But this is what I was going to say when you were speaking about your nephew, the drugs that, you know, a lot of these people are addicted on today is just, they have no idea what they put in their body. And it's not even like stuff that's grown out of the ground. This is like stuff created in labs that are just like permanently mind altering. And it's absolutely insane what these cats are dealing with.
Yes. I couldn't agree more.
Wait, can we back up a little bit, because you know it seems that there's this idea of the need for Black women to be more empathetic and more sympathetic to the plight of the Black man once again, over and over and over again, and
Well,
this incessant.
Wait. Let me interrupt real quick. I don't think we're having that kind of conversation. I think what me and Chicago are kind of just chopping it up on the challenges these men have, and that what Black men need to do to help these men.
I'm talking about a comment I'm seeing in the chat.
Okay.
It will do everyone some good to know that the system of capitalism requires people at the bottom, us Black people, need to be more understanding of Blacks in poverty. A lot of poverty is self-inflicted, and it's far too many people that are focused on doing better by themselves. Now, when it's a situation where they can't pull themselves out because of this or that, and they're being, you know, drugged back down, that's a difference. But when a lot of these people have self-inflicted poverty, like we were saying before, they've had every opportunity to do something better with themselves, and instead of doing that, they've squandered what they had in their abilities, and then they move back in with people that, you know, have to make the sacrifice for them because they just don't want to do on their own.
Can I ask Chicago Rilla a question?
Hey, wait, I'm sorry, sister. Wait, go back to that one. Before I do that. So, no. It was the one, he's part of the PEEF network clique. I just really want to address that. And I only want to say this one more time. And I get it. People will know me from being over there. I get it. When you hear me show up in spaces, I'm consistent. I've never been one on panels bashing women. As a matter of fact, I was the one getting dragged through the mud because I was the one that said I defend and protect women. I was the one that was getting called a simp over there. So I'm not over here to infiltrate anything. I'm in spaces nowadays just for my peace of mind and serenity, because I think YouTube is a tool and a mechanism and a medium to just have the genuine, authentic conversation amongst adults. And we all are not going to agree, because the problems that we face are multi-layered, and it's going to require a multi-layered approach. So I know what that connotation means when people say he's part of the LaPeef network clique.
No, we don't. We didn't know that.
No. Somebody put that. Y'all had it up there for a while. That's why I was wanting to respond to. Yeah, it was in the chat.
Oh, got it. Okay.
It was in the chat. So I just wanted to respond to that individual because I know what that means when people see what I'm saying. Right. And fair enough. Listen, whatever you want to ask, and whatever this person, whoever this is, whatever you want to call me out on, cool, because I get it, you know, guilty by association because I was up there. But check my track record, and again, check my track record with what I was saying. But go ahead. I'm here for the conversation, fam.
I've worked for this volunteer organization called Beyond Emancipation. It's here in the Bay Area. Okay, we used to go out and we used to give these homeless people food. We used to offer them shelter and mental health assistance. They did not, like, a lot of the guys, the men refused, but a lot of the women, the black men refused, a lot of them, but a lot of the Black women, they actually wanted to help. And I wanted to say about why are you only focused on, there's probably just as many homeless Black women, and it's even more dangerous for them to be homeless than there are Black men. But you're saying that, you know, Black women tend to want to get the help, even though they have the same mental illnesses probably that these guys have. So you're saying that a lot of them are too prideful to get the help. Are you
in the Bay?
Ego?
Are you in the Bay? You said you in the Bay, right?
Yes.
How many exclusive homeless shelters for like? Well, let me ask you this: are there co-ed shelters for men and women?
Yes.
Okay, how many?
It's like from when I was there was 3. Like when we
Okay.
offered 3 of them.
Mm-hmm. And then how many would you say were afforded to men? Exclusively for men?
It was well, a lot of the shelters were for baby, like women with children, you know, like
And
but
victims of domestic violence.
exclusively, I would say like it was
You
2, but
can't
it's
wait.
only
Instead
like
of asking her that, I'm sorry, you can't get like instead of asking her that, why aren't men building these shelters? If they know men need help, men should be building shelters for men. Like
Again, the conversation that I was okay. Go ahead.
I've had
because I was trying to answer the sister
I've
question
had this
first, and then you kind of.
I know,
Okay,
I know, I
sister.
did. I know I'm interrupting. I had this conversation before with someone else, and it just bothers me when Black men come out and say that there are more of this for women. There are more because women and children of society, of every other society, they understand that they should be protecting the women and the children because the men should be able to build for themselves and they should be able to create
that
things.
is the.
They should
You
be
are
able to
absolutely
create
right.
things.
You are,
They should be able to
ma'am. I'm not
create
arguing with you.
other.
You are
If you
absolutely
please
right.
let me finish.
So you can
let me
finish,
finish
but I
my
could not.
statement.
Okay, all right.
They should be able to create things for other men. So it bothers me deeply, and I'm not just talking about this conversation. I'm talking about another conversation I had in a chat, and it's always this incessant need for Black men to compare themselves to Black women as far as the resources that Black women are getting, and it drives me mad. And I sat there and listened to this guy say, well, they have this shelter for Black women, or they have this for Black women, or they have this for women. What do they have for men? So I sat there under the comment section. I don't live in that city, but I went ahead and Googled it myself. And I said, I just looked for myself and I see 3 shelters specifically specifically made for men. So why can't men do the work to find those things for themselves as opposed to sitting and being jealous of something resources that are afforded to women? And men are always talking about women being the weaker ones, being the emotional ones, needing a man. But when we get resources or when we get something that benefits us or helps us, all of a sudden it's a problem that there's not enough for men.
And I find it hard pressed to think that that guy that's sleeping in his tent every night isn't a threat to the local community. He's still going to need resources. So therefore, he's going to become a criminal, and he's going to become problematic
Just
for
really
the community.
quick. I'm sorry, sister. Before I continue, I just kind of want to know what type of conversation are we having? Because I was responding to the sister in the middle of my conversation with her, and me responding, I was then redirected on how I should respond, only to go into another conversation about men whining and crying and complaining about women when me and Torch kind of already.
You can say whatever you want.
It's not that. No. It's not that. I'm just asking because what I really want to have is I've been watching y'all for a couple of episodes now. And
just say whatever you want to say, Shakrilla.
Okay, so this is I'm actually saying it, right? I just want to know what type of conversation, because I don't want to be involved.
You know what? I can answer that for you.
And I don't want to be involved in a conversation if it's just all male bashing or manosphere bashing or whatever bashing. I just want to.
There is no.
Wait. How was I bashing? How was I bashing?
I didn't say you were bashing me.
Oh,
I mean, I'm actually. If you okay, let me pipe down. Y'all go ahead. I'm listening.
I just wanted to say that I've been in LA. You act like there's way more support in LA to me, from what I've seen, for Black men than there is for Black women. So I don't understand what he's talking. I mean, I'm seriously at this point, and I know this is going to be. I'm not trying to be hateful, but I believe in my heart. I pretty much know a lot about I know the psychology. I know a lot about Black men, psychological wise, but I'm just saying that I really believe Black men, not all of them, but they think that they're women. I'm sorry, they think they're women. I really believe that. I'm sorry, but go ahead. That's all I was gonna say.
Yeah, I think the thing, Chicago, is that ever since you hit the panel, we're kind of waiting for you to kind of hook it in, because it seems like you just have displayed a bunch of, seemingly excuses, because we're talking about men who are capable of hitting the pavement and making something out of their lives. And if the only thing that you're going to say is that, well, it's all these underlying reasons why, which are the same reasons that actually can apply
I
to
actually said I
anything
agree
you
with
think.
y'all, man. I
Well,
actually
hold
said.
on. I know. Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying, and then you could get back, because I'm trying to recenter so that you're not confused off of the fact that, yes, we are trying to have a conversation and a dialogue, and I don't want you to be under the impression, because you said it yourself, as if the manosphere or these talking points or whatever are being debated. No one is taking digs. We're actually talking about how are women able to come up despite the odds, but yet these men that you speak of, that you work with, somehow can't seem to hit the pavement and pick up the pieces of whatever may have happened in their lives and get it together.
May I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you think a man has equal opportunity and resources, same as a woman? A black man has the same equal opportunity and resources as a black woman?
He has more.
Okay.
Yep, he has more. Because a black man is going to have a play sister, a godmother, somebody in the community. I've watched black men have several resources. Even a black man to have his own mother, and she'll put her own daughter to the curb to help her son. I've seen that as well. So yes, black men have a lot of resources. Now, whether they choose to hold on to said resources without burning bridges, that's another story.
Not only that, we still live in a patriarchy. I mean,
right.
We're still in a
Right.
patriarchy.
Warehouse jobs are hiring, all type of shifts, overnight shifts, all of that. So I don't understand how these men are in a position. They're not responsible for the most part for children. I don't understand how anyone could sit here and tell me right now, with the state of affairs that exist, of how these guys couldn't figure it out and get themselves together. Because even going back to family still is a weak move, because what do grown men need to be going back to family for? They need to be trying to figure out how to be self-sufficient. So that alone sounds problematic for you to even say
May I ask you another question, ma'am?
Go ahead.
I didn't know I was being problematic. I'm not trying to be problematic.
No, I said that's a problematic statement. Not you being problematic, but that's a problematic
statement. Well, I'm not
statement
trying to present a
think
problematic
man
statement.
Should be going back to home.
So
Yeah, that's all I was saying.
Well, I definitely, I don't know. Well, anyway, here's my next question, ma'am. So the gentleman that has an F on his report card, right? So a person that has a felony conviction, do they still have the same access to resources? Because I'm not even talking about family. I'm talking about government help, subsidies, and loans. I'm asking if that black man with an F on his report card.
Wait,
before everybody jump in.
Sir, with all due respect, let's not talk about felonies and people and criminals,
right?
Because I'm not. I want to move away from advocation for people who didn't want to function right in society. I don't want to talk about them.
Okay, so
Yeah, because
so
that's
cool.
a separate.
We're talking. Wait, hold on. Because again, I deal with homeless men, so that's one thing that I come across. So if we're taking homeless men out of the conversation,
no, I didn't say take homeless
you
men
said
out of the conversation.
I said F on their report card. That is correct, and that's.
But hang on.
Right.
But hold on, Chicago. Let's all agree. Let's agree real quick. The reason why we're putting that to the side is because that's a special, a separate entity. And also that's like we're holding praise and worship service like we always do in the community over a guy that has a felony. Whose fault is that?
Who's doing that?
And
ladies, and this is what I'm saying. Just because I point out something, wait, hold on. Just because I point out something or make an observation and introduce that to the conversation, that's not us having praise and worship. That's not me giving excuses. I actually agree with y'all. One of the things that I think is really problematic when I deal with homeless is the fact that the young lady that heads the program, Inglewood Barbie, one of the programs that I work with here, is that these dudes are being served by a woman, and there's not enough dudes out there with me helping to protect her and serve them. So they see people that look like them serving them. So I find that part problematic. So a lot of what y'all saying, I agree with y'all on. I agree. But just because I introduce something to the conversation, family, doesn't mean I'm having praise and worship service or I'm excusing it. Wait, man, please let me finish. I'm not excusing men. We know as men, we are made, and when we fall, we are responsible for picking ourselves up and building. So a lot of what y'all saying, I'm saying I agree with.
All I was simply saying is I didn't want to deviate, and I've said that. I don't know how long you've been in the chat. We had that somebody brought it up before about the criminality, and I did the same thing. I don't want to deviate to talk about criminals, and I'm just saying it again. So you may not have been here earlier, but I said the same thing earlier. I don't want to deviate to talk about criminals. Let's welcome Prism to the panel. Hi, Prism.
Hey, everybody.
Welcome, Prism. Chicago. Hey, Chicago. Does I think you can clear this up. Does Anton live in an apartment?
I'm not speaking on Anton. Respectfully, I'm not speaking on. I'm speaking on me. I can tell you about me. I cannot tell you anything about Anton or anything that's going on with Anton. Respectfully.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, ma'am. Somebody else was speaking. Go ahead.
I have a question. Chicago Rilla, why are you here?
So again, I said this is like maybe the third or fourth show I've caught of y'all. I thought y'all were having really good conversation.
We
the
are.
Last video that the last video that ended, I left a comment. I think me and Torch had a back and forth. I enjoy the dialogue and perspective. I also enjoy having conversations with people who may or may not agree with me, but I think over here you guys are working to come to a solution. So I think when I came in, I specifically said, hey, I'm here. I'm not here for malice. I'm not here to have a contentious conversation. I was trying to get an idea of like what type of conversation are we having. But if it's something where my presence isn't welcome, like I'm fine with that too, and just going back into the chat and listening to.
No, your presence.
No, you good, Chicago. Because what I want to know, I think what we all want to know, Chicago, is let's put your profession or what you're doing to the side, and let's dig deep and find out what you really feel besides all of that. Because going back to the pride comment, you don't find it disturbing how a man is willing to just sit around and not create a way to recertify his life as a man and to get on his feet. You don't feel like that's
I feel like that's it. Well, not necessarily the pride in not going back home, but I do find it problematic that a man wouldn't figure it out, right? So even if you say, hey, I'm gonna stay under my tent, well, what's your 60, 90 day, 120 day, whatever day plan you have, what's your plan to get out of this situation and on to the next?
Okay, so what do you want us to do about that? I'm like a bottom line person, and
I don't want y'all to do anything.
Okay,
I didn't come up here expecting y'all to do anything.
Okay, see,
I thought Torch asked for solutions.
Okay, so that's why I'm asking you, what is your purpose? I dropped the link in the chat from the Department of Justice. There are multiple programs that are available where you can be a mentor. You can do chaplaincy. You can do emotional support. You can fight for awards to help young men who are in this situation. That's why I'm kind of figuring out, why are you here? Because it seems like I don't believe in people don't have conversations and chop it up without purpose.
Wait, I'm confused. Are you asking me about what it sounds like you're trying to provide a resource for me in terms of how I can advocate for men. And I've said multiple times, like the places where I participate, I'm definitely on record as participating. I live in Chicago, but also was active in Atlanta for the 20 years that I lived in Atlanta. But I'm very active with not only mentoring and educating young boys with my pocketbook and with my time in service. I'm active at my high school alma mater. I'm active in the city serving shoulder to shoulder with Inglewood Barbie. I'm active with Fatal and Think Outside the Block. And I'm active with my man Muffy, who does Run from Prostate Cancer. So there's a ton of resources for people in the city, period, that I contribute to. When you're asking me what my purpose for being here tonight is, again, I saw adults having a conversation. And again, I was able to engage with Torch based on the last video, and I left comments and we kind of went back and forth. And so I thought I was pulling up to, be able to contribute. So I don't want that to be no mystery. Like I'm not here for contentious debate, and I certainly don't want to seem like I'm talking in circles. I'm here in good faith, having a conversation possibly providing a different perspective. But so far from what I heard in terms of, hey, men, you know, whether there's resources available for you, because that's my message, like whether there's resources available for you or not, figure it out. You know, the mantra for Clark Atlanta University is find a way or make one. I wholeheartedly subscribe and believe in that. And I've never had like an easy life or anything like that. So I dang sure don't subscribe to a man being able to say, you know, well, woe is me and all that. Like, I don't do those conversations. So I'm not disagreeing with y'all.
Right. But see, here's the problem. The problem is about the content tonight is about Black men, Black male math doubling down on the dumb. So when somebody comes into a conversation, and I've noticed this a lot, and I keep telling Torch this, it seems like Lapeef has about 89,000 subscribers. You're coming to a channel where we are a smaller channel, where you have the ability to give that same push. We have women that they will absolutely do everything y'all need them to do and stand with you. But you come to a smaller channel to talk about this information that you want to bring awareness to, I guess, what you're doing in the community, that you're the upstanding Black man.
No, ma'am.
Okay, then I just really honestly.
So it sounds like here's the thing, and I'll drop down after this because I don't want to disrupt what y'all doing. No, I don't want to disrupt what y'all doing. It sounds like you have a problem because you associate me with a bigger platform. I will say this for the umpteenth time. And if you look at my movement, I'm in multiple spaces having conversations, regardless of platform size. I've had multiple conversations behind the scenes. You guys have not seen me at Lapeef for 6 months. There's a reason for that. Okay. You haven't seen me on anything concerning Lapeef. Okay. There's a reason for that.
Okay.
So I wouldn't care. Wait. I'm being honest. Wait. Hold on.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
I would not care if it was 5 or 50,000 over here. If the conversation is being had amongst adults, and I'm like, oh, I enjoy this perspective. I could have stayed in the comments, but but somebody responded to me. That's why I was like, hey, drop the link. Let me come up and explain myself. Now, if it's just that, well, I think you're a spy or you're committing espionage or you from a bigger channel, take it over there. I've tried, right? So now I just want to distance myself from all of that and just be able to have the conversation around the issues that are important to our community. And
we don't have a community.
Okay, that's fine too. And you know what? The more I hear that, the more that I hear it's incumbent on me as a man to coalesce with the brothers who think like me to build that community, right? So again, for the umpteenth time, I don't disagree with none of y'all. And whether it's 5 people watching, because I'm on record doing that, I'm on record going to channels where there's no more than 5 people there, right?
See, you like to spit out a lot of stuff, and there are legitimate questions that come with every type of dialogue. This is not the monologue show; it's a dialogue show. So that's my problem. I'm sitting there listening to you.
Ma'am, if you have a problem, I hear you. I listen respectfully. I will drop down. Listen, I understand it. No. I know you're not. Listen, family, I do not want to interrupt your show. I don't want to provide a monologue.
Chicago-rilla. You don't have to go anywhere.
I understand that. But I also, listen, I was on the platform for years. This conversation and this contentious back and forth is very familiar to me. So I'm not trying to do that, right? And I'm not trying to overtake y'all show. And I don't think I'm a bigger personality or I come from I don't think none of that. I'm the same as y'all. I got to be to work at 7 a.m, same as most of y'all. And I'm having a conversation with my people, whether we have a community or not. I appreciate y'all. I promise you I will be back when I learn how to, make it concise and stay on topic. But I do appreciate y'all for the opportunity, honestly.
All right, and just to say, I did invite him. So just so and
no problem with that. We didn't have a problem with him being here.
I did invite him. So.
But the conversation he started going on was talking about. I'm sitting there listening to him, and I'm listening to what he's talking about. He's talking about helping other Black men. That was the whole conversation. And Gemini said something about that. I'm sitting here listening to us have proper dialogue about what's going on with this conversation continuously. I did some little research today, and
you're making a strong argument because I did notice that it went. I mean, the question I think you're saying. Let me see if I can articulate this. Is How did we go from home buying to homeless?
Right.
Right.
Okay.
So it's almost like what Gemini said. It's almost like he's coming over here to kind of, move the conversation kind of a different direction so that we're talking about, well, these men over here are homeless. Well, I'm not going to let that man in my home. If those men are coming out of prison, it's for a reason. There are resources for those men, as far as the Department of Justice is concerned, that you have before you leave that facility. Number two, you have a guy like Jay Daniels, who's in the comment section right now, and he's part of that SBE culture, which I was talking to Amiri about earlier. And these men, if you go on their channels, Torch, I want you to hear this. I went to no more than 35 channels today, and I listened to every one of their entries, and every one of them had rap music degrading Black women. That SBE culture is the same culture that explicitly endorses that type of lifestyle. They want to wonder why they get on these panels and they talk about with songs of violence, and they want to understand, they want to talk about why women are the way they are. It's because you keep promoting that lifestyle. So, and as far as this guy is talking about us hyenas and stuff like that, that's he might not understand this, but we can't be hyenas because you don't even understand the nature of a hyena. So if you want to get your passport, Jay Daniels, and take your hips over to another country where you have to go with a bunch of other men to take your little $5 of your pay to get a $2 hooker, then you go do that. But we're not checking for you who are leaving. We're not, a matter of fact, there's a whole lot of us not checking for you who are staying. What we're trying to do here is have a conversation to tear down the SBE culture, that foolishness that's going on in the manosphere, because you guys are endangering the lives, not other of the women in America, but now you're starting to endanger the lives of women all around the world. So it's incumbent upon me to let you know that you need to get on out of here. Nobody's asking you. There's Austin Holloman. You got all these other guys. You got David Johnson. You got Dennis Sperling. Take that shit over there with them. Excuse my French. If you sit on the panel with those guys who preach that stuff for months, but you want to come over here acting like you're the Messiah, like, no. That's like Kevin Samuels being raised up in the grave and coming over here and talking about, oh, I made a mistake. Women wouldn't receive him either. If it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's a duck. Sorry, Torch, but I don't have any type of empathy for these guys. I don't. I'm sorry, Gemini, all of y'all, but I have no empathy for these type of men. None. So,
understood.
I don't. I'm sorry. They're creating so much harm with Black people who don't have anything to do with this space. I am sick and tired of them. I am. And it's obvious from the other women's voices on this panel, they're sick and tired of it too. You think women are like, when Gemini gets off the panel, her voice completely changes from where she's on this panel. Her voice and her tenor changes. Because she feels like every time she comes into this space where we're supposed to feel safe, we have these outsiders coming into here where you feel like, okay, let me put on my vest, get my Glock, lock myself up. Let me get ready to put it in, and pull back the trigger on it, because now I'm going to have to aim and fire at you. We're tired of it. We're tired. Why would he not?
Well, that's why I was confused, Prism, because before you got here, I was talking about I saw a documentary, and the brother was talking about how most of these men that are getting out of these situations from prison, what have you not, they're not seeking help. And Chicago actually solidified that statement by saying that these guys would rather stay in a tent. So it's just like, when you hear things like that, it's like, okay, well, then you're comfortable where you're at. But when we hear these men turning around being angry, and let alone they're being unleashed into the community, because guess what? That guy ain't just sleeping in that tent. He has to eat. he has to have some type of resource so that he's going to turn into a criminal. So I think what just confused all of us as a collective, whether it was on the panel or in the chat, is that it kind of sounded like he came in with a list full of excuses, but we didn't hear anything about resources, and he's in a position to give out said resources. Then he went from saying there are no resources to now he's saying he works with all these networks that provide resources. So which one is it? Because if these guys are comfortable, quote unquote, if you're where you're at, then you're where you're at. But in terms of being mad at women because we choose not to live in a tent and we want to buy homes, then therein lies a problem. But we also don't need these men in our communities terrorizing them.
Yeah, that's my question. So he's talking about communities. I don't live in that community. And there's a whole lot of Black other people on this panel that don't even live in these type of communities. So if he wants to help those places, then he needs to go ahead and be that grassroots that go ahead and help those places. I have never made any bones about it that every panel that I've been to, my job is to advocate for women and girls only. Only. But you came from a panel of men and women where you sat on panels bashing Black women. You came from a panel of women that just recently, you guys threw all those Black women under the bus, trashed their former lives and everything, but you want to come over here and start over. That makes no sense to me.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure about that part, but no one was saying, let's correct Marvo. No one said that he was mad at women. No one is saying that. We're just talking about the entirety of the conversation and how men are that men are showing signs of anger, that women are having their comeuppance, and that's okay with that. But the men need to get together and figure out what they're going to do. But I don't, what's disenchanting is men hitting the panel, telling us, giving us excuses as to why these guys can't hit the pavement. Your mental health is up to you. You have to take care of that. Your personal health is up to you. These are grown men. So I was definitely triggered to a degree of wondering, why should a grown man be trying to go back home anyway? He needs to be creating his own livelihood. So I just think that the conversation derailed itself, because when you come in and you're talking about mental health and drug abuse and all of that, that's something that people in general suffer. That's not something that is exclusive to these Black men. So if they're putting themselves in positions, if these guys are making money and then they're homeless, I mean, hey, there's a storyline behind that, but nobody's babysitting. And I think that's just all what this comes to. It sounded like you were looking for this conversation to be babysat for Black men. And I think that that's what's throwing off, especially the women on the panel and in the chat. Nobody wants to hear these excuses when we're sitting here. Roll back the tape and you'll see how we're talking about Black women who have 3 to 5 children who are going back. We're talking about 17% of bachelor's degrees now to 35%. We're talking about home ownership increasing in vast numbers from 1990 to 2019. So there is no excuse. That's what needs to be agreed upon. There is no excuse.
Yeah, I just don't understand. Like, when that guy came over here talking about immigration, everybody shut him down very quickly. But now here he comes over here, and it's almost like a dog whistle. Here comes another guy that's talking about passports. It's almost like he came over here and then another guy comes over here talking about get your passports. And it's almost like these dog whistles keep going out to come over here to interrupt the space.
Yeah, with President, with all due respect, it's partially my fault. I did invite him to come up. I know that he did go off subject, but he wasn't anywhere near the same zip code as that other guy, the other dude who went all the way to immigration.
Yes, sir.
There is a small, I guess we got into why Black men couldn't lift themselves up. And I do see a distant, though it be a distant link, there is a distant link from a Black man doing so poorly in life that he ends up homeless. So I do understand that part. The interest I had was is a lot of these men that we see in the manosphere, they're also homeless themselves. They're just not maybe as badly homeless where they're living in a tent, but they're living with grandmom or their sister or maybe a brother or somebody like that. So I do take responsibility for this getting off subject quite a bit. But at least I feel Chicago is a little bit more. He's a little. To me, the vibe I get from him is he's a little bit more caring about his subject, while the other ones are more trying to get their political language put together. I mean, their political message out. I'd rather a person come on panel and try to help, genuinely try to help people in our community, including men, than for somebody to talk about what's going on in other countries and immigration and that type of thing. So that I will take responsibility for. But Chicago, if we can, I want to give you a chance to speak, and then maybe we can at least finalize everything and speak on. We'll have a last last words and speak on the subject above of black male math.
But can I ask you a question first, DJ?
Okay.
You know, earlier, because Chicago didn't get to the conversation derailed, but when he said that these men have families that they could go back to, and I said, well, I'm pretty sure a lot of bridges were burned. He said that that's not the case, and I'm just curious to know, to ask you as a black man, that don't you think that that sounds a bit disingenuous, that a lot of these men haven't been serial thieves in their family, you know, probably owe money, probably have not come through what they said they were going to come through? Like, that normally comes in these type of storylines where someone is misplaced, especially as they've gotten along in years.
I see it as a more of a gradient thing. There are guys that they may have not burned the bridge, but they might have singed it. There are men, as far as that's concerned. There are men that are too prideful to want to go home. There are men that have some serious, I mean, to me right now, I mean, I would be safe to say that most men, if they're homeless, there's at the very least a mental block there's some type of mental issue they need to resolve. So where that doesn't make a connection here is because those men were not really even considering, because they have their own problems, and really they're not out here disrespecting black women, at least not directly as it pertains to the men we're talking about. We're talking about the men that are somewhat mobile, or they're living with their mom, or they're living with a parent, and they're giving a very negative view of black women. Those are the men that we are concerned with more. Don't get me wrong. Let me make it clear. These homeless men can be dangerous as well. It's basically that. I'm not, and let me make it clear. There's nobody who's been wrong on this panel. I think that's why it got so contentious, because really everybody, I believe everybody here agrees on everybody's point. The problem is, I guess there's an issue where we're feeling that the subject has gone awry. And that I understand. Now, there is a more, I won't say, he's not nearly as bad as, what was it, his name is Afro, whatever.
Afro,
Daisy,
yeah.
whatever his name was. And I totally understand that. And I do understand that it seemed like he was from that camp. I have never seen any tape on Chicago at all. But we did have some conversations in the comments, and I brought him up. So I take, if you went off, the street, it's my fault. Unfortunately, I'm in the car with him. I'm not saying that I agree with him on everything, but what I'm saying is that I brought him up here. Okay, so that is on me. Okay,
No, yeah,
so I'm gonna let.
it's all good, DJ.
Okay, I'll let Chicago talk now.
No, again, I just really wanted to apologize. If it seemed like I came in, I wasn't in good faith, or if there was confusion around my intentions, and I'm used to leaving the conversation, and that conversation, it's either resolved or, we move forward. But it seemed like there was still a lot of conversation around me. So I get it. I understand. Guilty by association. Lapeef network bad. So, I absolutely need to be more mindful. And this is something that I'm learning as I maneuver around. Know the full subject at hand before I jump in, right? But the only reason why I asked for the link is because I did leave a comment and it was responded to. And so for me personally, if somebody responds to me, I don't like the one way diatribe. I would prefer to have the opportunity to address it. So again, I'm honestly saying respectfully, I did not come up here to disrupt what you guys were talking about. And again, to DJ Torch, I actually think we agree a lot more. I agree that men need to handle their business. I agree that men don't need to whine and complain. You need to get out here and do whatever it is that you need to do. However, I also understand that it's the ties that bind us. And listen, I'm my beautiful wife is in the next room. That's a Black woman. I have a Black mother, Black sisters, so I'm not against Black women. Right. Again, as a matter of fact, the panels that I sat on, I got roasted for defending, because I was one of the few in the space that would defend the Black woman. Right. So I apologize for disrupting and not knowing the full context of how y'all went from home ownership to homelessness and then coming in giving a monologue. I do apologize. But if there was something else that anybody had a question on or wanted to ask me, I did want to be available to finish that. If not, I know y'all got to finish y'all show and y'all are doing an amazing job. I'm gonna go back and watch the replay.
Okay. As one last thing, just so everybody understands, including the men in the clouds, everybody here we are talking about a situation where we are shell shocked. We have been seeing a lot. I mean, Chicago, you've been a witness to how Lapeef operates. I'm not going to ask you any questions about them or anything, but you see how they are and how they think. And a lot of these, the women in here have experienced, maybe not directly from that particular entity, but others like them. So you can understand they're on guard. And I appreciate them doing that, because we are trying to be a safe place for people, for young ladies and women who, you know, who want to feel like they can express their feelings and not get disrespected for them.
Absolutely. No, absolutely. 1000%. Again, that's why I retreated. And, again, I tried to stay humble multiple times and try to acquiesce and agree where I agreed with. And, I get it. I certainly wasn't expecting this, but, I get when I go into certain spaces, it's usually the reverse. It's usually, oh, we got the guy from Lapeef and it's, let's ride in. So I'm trying to not reinvent myself, because I think somebody said that, like, you trying to reinvent yourself. I'm not trying to reinvent myself. I am who I am. Right.
Right. But you have to admit that,
no, I get it.
That's a safe assumption from someone to make.
No, I get it. But once I clarify and say, hey, here's what I'm here for, then it's, it becomes it became a like, well, why are you here? What's your purpose? What are you here for? So I get it. The problem was I came in not knowing the full context of certain statements that were made. And then once somebody said something addressing my comment, I wanted to be able to come up. And so, again, I apologize. And I understand the network that I came from. And to JR's credit, I know that he genuinely is trying to facilitate conversations. And that's not for me to make, put a cape on for him. He can do his own thing. He's his own man. I'm just saying, for me, I'm for my people first, and I'm for my community first, and my family first and my community second. And so that's what I stand on.
Understood. Does anybody have any questions for Chicago before he drops down?
So, Chicago, are you concerned about the state of affairs of Black males in regards to the topic? We're talking about how Black women are now having the most earning power. They're buying the most homes. And in conjunction with that, a lot of Black men, at least 50% of them, are homeless across the nation. So my concern is, well, my question would be, how concerned are you of that? And what do you see the solutions being,
Yeah,
in
I'm
the meantime? Mhm.
very concerned because it indicates that our men are not being productive. We're not in the workforce. We're not contributing. A lot of times when I talk to these young men and you ask them what they want to be, it's either rapper, football, or basketball. We're not talking STEMs. They want to sit and play video games all day. So for me, it's I'm Generation X. I'll be 49 in August. So I know my time has, almost come and gone. And so I'm looking at the back half of this next 51 years, right? And so what I try and do is speak to these young guys at the level that they're at to introduce them to new things that may hold their interest, but also steer them towards the STEM fields because that's where we're headed. We're at AI already, man, and it's we're so far behind. So what the stat that you point out, what that indicates to me is that the brothers are just way behind, and I think part of the problem is some brothers are still trying to compete with women, right?
Another problem is
Oh, sorry.
is what's being put out in these spaces to these older men, and I've repeated this several times about how it seems that the older men are really running a large game on the younger men in terms of education, because they're discouraging them from seeking education, and they're discouraging them from dating women their own age, and they're discouraging them from spending the time that's needed on getting and attaining the goals that they've set for themselves. And so you're creating a whole generation of disgruntled young men that don't have direction because they're looking for direction from these men who really don't care about where they're sending these guys to. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I actually think, and I say this all the time, that my generation failed the generation that's behind us. I say that all the time.
I don't know if it's a generation failure thing more than it's a man thing with not mentoring and not feeling a certain obligation obligation to mentor young men that don't have fathers. These men are looking for father figures, and what they're running into is a whole bunch of disgruntled old men that have lived their lives and are disgruntled with their lives. And so they're telling these young men, oh, don't get your education, go get a trade, and then you shouldn't get serious with a woman, and don't get married until you're like in your 30s and 40s.
Yes.
And then go get a woman that's in her 20s. And all the while they're pushing these men out of the workforce, out of competitive workforce. They're pushing them out of having relationships with women their age, and then they're turning them into incels and disgruntled young men. And it's all in the guy
Go ahead, sis. I'm sorry.
charging them on top of that, and it's all in the guise of them helping. But what's happening is these older men are being able to date and brag about being able to date younger women. They're able to brag about having something when they really don't have a lot, but they're able to brag about that. And so again, it's creating this generation, multiple generations, and women have complained about their 14-year-olds listening to this crap. And so you don't have enough men who have the voices to say, hey, wait a minute, what you guys are doing is insane, and it's harmful to this next generation. But these men don't care because they're making money from it.
So the one thing I'm sorry, whoever was going next, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
The one thing I would say, ma'am, I slightly disagree. What we hear online And what we see in what I see in real life when dealing with these boys, you know, kind of like two different things. Again, none of these young men are saying, you know, I want to be a YouTuber, I want to be a blogger, right? They're not saying I want to be an influencer. What
That's
they're
not
saying,
that's not what I said.
I know. Well, you were saying that the men that are online in certain spaces are
Or discouraging them from
correct.
certain careers. I'm
Right.
not talking about them encouraging them to be influencers. That's not at all what I'm
No,
saying.
no, that's not what I'm getting to. What I'm saying is in real life, when their real life everyday interaction, they have people that pour into them. And I would say this. Some of these young men, not all of them. I'm just thinking about the ones that I deal with on a regular. Even if you were to obliterate the manosphere or the black manosphere or the YouTubers, you know what we still have to address? Entertainment. We
I
still
mean,
have
I
to
get
address.
that, but that's not what I'm addressing. I'm addressing specifically what these guys are putting out.
Yeah, I don't disagree with some of the messaging. I do believe young men should have a trade. I believe that the young men need to be in STEM. If it's not a specialized field, they should be working. You know, I believe boys should start working at 15, 16 years old. I don't agree with the whole. I don't know who's saying like don't go to college. I've I've heard a message that it should be specialized, and I agree with that. If you go to college, it should be for a specialized field, whether that's a doctor, lawyer, engineer, or
But
whatever.
they're even saying don't do that. They're saying that there's no need for them to be in those specialized careers. And
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
stated that multiple times, and
Who are
there's
you
a
hearing say that?
disparity. A lot of them are saying
No,
that.
no, I mean like specific. I get it, but specifically, who are you hearing say that?
I mean, it's
Poor
just,
man, poor man's podcast is one.
Obsidian.
Is he?
Obsidian said it also.
Yeah, I haven't followed Poor Man or Obsidian in a while, but I've met Poor Man. I'm surprised that he would say that.
Oh yeah, he made a point of saying it. He said in his dialogue that I heard, he said,
"Yeah,
I went to college. It didn't do me, you know, for track or something like that. It didn't really help me out.
did,
Blah blah
rugby,
blah,
I
blah
think.
so
He
on and
played
so
rugby.
forth." And it's funny that he said that because you know, he went to college. He said he graduated.
Yeah.
But it sounds like to me, the thing is that what I learned, and I'm older than you, and what I learned from even back in the day when college was less important and that there was more labor out there, right? Back then, it got you 10 to 15K more on the job. So, or a higher job, if you know what I mean. So I was surprised that he was putting this kind of tape out there. But,
yeah, I hadn't heard that from him. If he said that, that's a little bit disappointing. Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
and back to, I mean, again, like it's just like, you know what exhausts us as Black women is having to repeat the same thing over and over and not be believed. But when we're saying what we've heard, it's as if, oh, it can't be real. It's not realistic. When I'm telling you that this is what's being said and children are repeating this, and you have people in the chat that are repeating this, and it's insane to me that people don't even know what STEM means. They the only thing they relate STEM to is technology, and technology is only one portion of STEM.
And can I say that that's a buzzword now? STEM is now a buzzword, I notice, and I don't even frequent a lot of these spaces like a lot of people in the on the chat and in the panel do. But I'm hearing that word a lot, and I'm feeling like Pee Wee's Playhouse every time I hear STEM. I'm gonna say
because they don't even know what it means. They don't even know what it means. And so that they have this incessant thing about technology, and not everybody is built for technology. And it's more than technology. It's science. You know, it's engineering. It's mathematics. So, you know, you have these people that don't even know what that means. Yet they're hollering about get technology, get into technology. Well, not every Black man wants to be in technology. And then on top of that, what you go to the doctor and then you're mad because you're not being seen by who? People who look like you, men who look like you. You have social workers and you have therapists, but there's not a lot of black men because why? They're being discouraged from doing such things. So that kind of thinking is asinine to me. There's not enough black male educators. You see what I'm saying? So and then the men that do have 4-year degrees, they think they have a useless degree. Go teach. There's a need for educators, and that's something that you can have upper mobility in. And then even if it's like black men stop, like even if you go get a trade, you don't have to just stick with being a carpenter. Go back and do go to school to be an architect. Like black women will go and get training for a CNA and become a nurse practitioner in the years that she's used, and she'll use every level. And I want this for black men to do the same. But I'm not hearing.
But they're just gonna.
I'm not hearing this being encouraged. Go ahead, you can't get like.
No, I was just saying. This guy, he admitted to being red pill. Okay, so first of all, they're not supposed to. They don't believe in marriage.
Wait. You can't get laid. Hold on one second. Let's confirm that. When did he say that? In Chicago, did you say that?
I've never said anything about a pill. You can't even pull up one piece of footage. Absolutely not. I listen.
And you're not manosphere?
I grew up in it. I grew up in a house with my granddad. My granddad was present in my life. So I still to this day don't understand nothing about no pink pill, purple pill, blue pill, red pill, gray pill, black pill. I do not subscribe to pills.
So you're not manosphere.
Unless it's for my blood pressure.
Okay, you're not manosphere.
I've never claimed manosphere.
Oh wow! So I must have been in a wrong live because I could have swore someone asked you what you said. You're supposed to be manosphere.
Absolutely, ma'am. And you would hear me push back every time. Anytime I show up outside of the network that I was associated with, I said I'm here representing myself. Anytime people ask me about a pill or sphere, I have no idea what that means because that doesn't function in my real life.
If you don't mind me asking,
wait, I'm sorry, sis. I just want to be honest. I don't want to go down a different road again and derail the show because the sister was asking a question about ownership and my concerns. So I'm just saying respectfully, I know it's an opportunity, to clarify some things, but I'm just telling you, you've never heard me say I'm red pill or manosphere.
I don't want to clarify nothing. I don't want to clarify nothing.
Well, I'm still, I'm still confused in regards to. I noticed that the majority of what men end up saying is they always refer back to money. I noticed they always refer back to a job, and I find it confusing. And I know it has to be confusing for these men because I find that it's like men are saying, "Well, all you got to do is go get some money," and it keeps being reiterated within the community that all a man has to do is get himself money. Even though we've already addressed mental health issues, drug and alcohol abuse. So I find it disenchanting how, as a collective of men, you're inspiring and encouraging other men to get money as if that's the end all be all. And if that itself is the first step to being able for these men to heal themselves and get on their feet, because this is so much deeper than that, especially if there are mental health and drug and alcohol abuse issues. Don't those issues need to be addressed first before you even are trying to encourage somebody to get into a STEM program or to go get a job down the street from somewhere? Are you there, Chicago?
Yeah, I'm definitely here. I didn't know that was directed towards me.
Yeah, that's I'm just saying because you did bring up STEM, and I'm just saying that a lot of black men, I noticed they bring up going to STEM, going to go get some job, and as if that's going to be the end all be all, when we've already spoke earlier, including you, about these guys having drug, alcohol, mental disorders. So shouldn't those issues be addressed prior to even trying to point a man in a direction of a job?
Well, let me ask you this. Are you talking about adult men or are we talking about boys? Because the message for in
It's
terms
both.
of
It goes both. It goes
what
both ways because a lot of the boys actually have been. They've been assaulted by family members. They have mental issues off of what they're seeing. I mean, this is a mental health issue of what we're talking about now because these young men are in these spaces as young as junior high, and they're going back quoting red pill talking points. So I think that this
so
illness is all across the board of men right
I
now.
got you. So are you asking me about homeless men and my advice to them and what I said, or are you asking me about young boys? I'm just trying to make a
I'm just
distinction.
talking about, but I'm saying in general across the board because these boys will become men. So it's kind of the same issue across the board. And like I said, that's mental health, mental health and well-being and drug and alcohol abuse. That starts pretty much young. You know that coming from Chicago, these
Some
kids are getting high
well,
at young ages.
well, that's never stopped in any city, in any
Right.
generation in terms of when
Of
people
course.
experience drugs and alcohol. But this is my philosophy. The bulk of the majority of my time, when I have time to invest, it goes to young men. It doesn't. So W.E.B. Du Bois, if I'm not mistaken, said, well, maybe been Booker T. Washington, but the saying, the quote is, it's easier to build young men than to repair broken men.
Okay, I want to put something real quick. Hold on.
So basically, this is our current situation in a nutshell. Women don't want to have kids anymore. They'd rather sip margaritas and sit on the beach. Daughters are getting pimped out by Tinder, OnlyFans, and Instagram. Her and mom are competing for the same male validation. Men are physically and hormonally weaker than ever before. Modern men have the lowest levels of testosterone than any men that came before us. Sons are depressed, overweight, and addicted to porn, probably with a small sense of self-hatred because every time they go to school, feminism tells them that they're the source of all the problems. And
Okay, so
Thank you for playing that, DJ, because that's exactly what I was still referring to, because it still is a problem for young men. He just named it all in one. So how is pointing a young man in the direction of a job going to cure this problem that this brother just talked about?
exactly, Chicago. What's your thoughts on this? On half of this so far that your boy's saying?
On the Have What Poor Man podcast, I think he's just calling out what he sees as accurate amongst the and it's not just black boys, this is just young boys, period.
Okay. So you believe that how about the stuff he said about women?
You'd have to bring it back. I didn't hear what he said about the women. What you could, if you know what he said, you could just refresh me. I'll take your word at it.
I'll refresh. I'll just restart it. It's
Okay.
easier. It's just a short anyway.
so basically, this is our current situation in a nutshell. Women don't want to have kids anymore. They'd rather sip margaritas and sit on the beach. Daughters are getting pimped out by.
What do you think?
I think that's an over exaggeration. I don't think women would rather sip on. I mean, in a perfect world maybe, but I think that's an over exaggeration. I mean, but it came out of his mouth. He said it, yeah. So I don't agree with that.
By Tinder, OnlyFans, and Instagram. Her and mom are competing for the same male validation. Men are physically and hormonally weaker than ever before. Modern men have the lowest levels of testosterone than any men that came before us. Sons are depressed, overweight, and addicted to porn, probably with a small sense of self-hatred because every time.
Has he ever told you what solution he made to resolve this issue that he's talking about?
No, when I had met him in Houston. I met him in Houston. I think I've seen him 3 times that weekend. I found him to be nice. I thought him and his wife was lovely. I thought he was, very cool, very chill individual. I didn't have that many discussions with him. I just congratulated him on his success, and the couple conversations that we had, he was cool.
Okay, so did you hear any of his material before you met him?
Yeah. I was familiar with him.
So, is he saying anything different than before? Than you heard him before?
On here?
Yeah.
No, I think he's on brand. I think he's on brand with what he's saying here. Like the whole daughters getting pimped out by Tinder and competing for male validation with their mom. Like I know there are some instances on that, and that happens, but is it at scale? I don't think so.
Okay, so you're saying that basically he's doing this for money.
I couldn't speak to that. I couldn't speak like if he's doing this for money. I think what he's saying he actually believes.
Okay, because personally, if I hear somebody talk like this between you and me, they're a piece of shit. But that's just, you see what I'm saying?
Listen, I don't disagree with you. I mean, you're asking me my opinion. Do I think he's a POS? No, I mean, I'm saying I met him face to face.
Right.
And I think if I pressed him on this conversation, like on what he's saying right now, I think he would, stand on what he believes. I think he's saying what he believes. I don't think he's pandering or pimping for money on a YouTube channel. I don't even think he expected to blow up the way he did.
Okay, so let me ask you this: he comes from a single mother, right? And I'm wondering why he has such anger. And maybe you know this because maybe this has to do with just Black men culture, in general. Why is there this anger for single mothers when most of these men are from single mothers?
Good point. I can't speak for him. I think most of what I see in this space when dudes get to talking about single mothers, I think part of it is projection, due to their own issues with their mother. And I think the other part of it is it became a smoking hot talking point during the pandemic, and cats are just continuing to run with it. To be honest, like that's what I see. I mean, it's not like single mothers just started existing in the last decade. Single mothers have,
been around for ages.
Been
You think
around
that's
for a
you
good
think
minute.
that's an internet talking point? That wasn't said before the inception of the internet. Single mothers and women weren't being blamed for men's problems in the Black community. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So you've never seen in your entire life Black men blaming
right.
Black women for things. Okay.
Oh no! Listen, I've seen it in the same way that I've seen women blaming men for stuff, right? So I don't do the whole gender war thing. I know men.
No, I'm not even. That's not even what I'm bringing up. That's not even what I'm bringing up. I'm just asking a question.
I know you're asking me,
but you're tit for tatting when you just said that, and I caught it. I'm real quick with it, and I caught that.
I said I seen it in the same capacity because I.
But I didn't ask that. I didn't ask you that.
Oh, beg my pardon.
No, I didn't.
Well,
I didn't
go ahead
you.
and ask the question again so I can answer exactly what you asked. Have I ever heard in my anecdotal experience? Men ragging on single mothers in particular. Ma'am, can we just lower the temperature a little bit?
No, I'm fine. I'm just asking you a direct question.
It doesn't seem like it because it seems like rapid fire, and it seems like, I mean, listen, I've been in barbershops. I've been on the barber. I've been in the barbershops. I've been in basketball games. I've been around older men. Men have complained about their women for ages, but you know what's also existed that people are shunning and shutting down this day and age? Stepfathers, right? So in the same way
that's a separate subject.
But it's part of it. It's part of it. I'm just okay. You got it, man.
No, because you're going somewhere else, and I want you to stay right where we were.
Have I heard men talk about women? Yes. I've heard them.
Mothers.
No, I've never. Wait, mothers. let me. Okay, ma'am. I'm being clear as well, ma'am. I have never heard at scale men talk about single mothers the way that they do on the internet. No, not in my real life. Not in the 49 years that I've lived on this earth have I heard men speak about single mothers the way that they do on the internet this day and age. No.
Okay, let's move forward. Let me play some more of this, and then I have to kick in a promotion real quick. Hold on.
Time they go to school, feminism tells them that they're the source of all the problems, and that's best case scenario. God forbid they get put on some opioid because they can't sit still for 8 hours a day. Kids are being given anti-anxiety tools like fidget spinners for toys. Teachers care more about gender pronouns than math. Water's polluted, air's polluted, food's polluted.
See, what I don't like about Poor Man's Podcast is he's a straight up liar. And I'll tell you why. Everything he says is not true. Basically, everything he said is not true, or there's a limited amount of truth in what he's saying. He may not be alive today without feminism because his mother may have not made it. He doesn't, And that's why these kind of guys just disgust me, because they're literally disrespecting the very women that gave them life. He could have been a morning after pill. And but he turns around and he does this. We all saw how Kevin Samuels ended up. He didn't even have a good relationship with his mother. And to see empty souls like this empty souls like this day by day, and in defense of the ladies on the panel, it starts to wear you down. It even wears me down, and I'm a dude. So that's why Chicago, you will get the real here. You're appreciated here, but you also get the real from these ladies. They're going to bring some debate. These are the great debaters right here. These are some of the most intelligent women in the manosphere. I mean, not the manosphere, but on YouTube. So you will have to bring it. I mean, not argument wise, but as far as data wise, but they are here. But everyone, including myself, is a bit shell-shocked from this rhetoric we get from gentlemen like this.
So I don't even know if Poor Man's Podcast is 30 yet, but do you remember that Tupac verse from Keep Your Head Up, where he says, we'll have a race of babies that hate the ladies that make the babies?
Exactly.
That's literally the era. That's the era that we're living in.
Yes, you nailed it. You literally nailed it. I heard it from another very good podcaster as well. She said the same thing. I'll even call her name, Tales from the Cold. She said that about, I heard that from her about 6 or 8 months ago when she did a podcast. And I guess he hates his mom because he's basically beating up on his mom every day. And I don't get it. I mean, you would think that his mom got him through college, right? Because it's a single mom, right?
Well, but there's a certain level, Torch, respectfully, like there's a certain level of self-awareness that you have to have. And for me, I mean, I thank God that I came up, I'm a 70s baby, but the hip hop era that I came up on was when the music challenged you to think. It encouraged you to read books. It encouraged you about knowledge yourself and these things, right? Which is why I have no problem. I tell black men all the time, go get therapy. Again, I'm on record on another platform saying black men go get therapy. Got skewed because what are you gonna get therapy for? Like, no, go get therapy, because why? Our boys are not taught how to process their emotions. You're not taught how to articulate your thought when you're frustrated, when you're angry, right? And so this is how it spills out. And some of it is in projection towards other people. And then, like you said, sometimes you shadow boxing with the ghost of your mom. You're right.
So are you another one of those guys that's blaming rap music for why black men are the way that they are when they were already showing signs of this prior to the inception of rap music?
I would like to interject for a minute. I wouldn't call it really rap music, the rap culture, though. I would call it that.
Well, just the idea, just the whole, that whole bracket. But I'm just saying, wasn't that happening prior? These incidents.
Can I ask you something, ma'am? Can I ask you? Can we just acknowledge the way that you framed that question? Can we just at least acknowledge that?
What?
So you said, are you one of these guys who, blame the rap music? I'm just asking. Can we?
Yeah, because I hear that's a common theme. Yes, I'm.
I got it, but I get it. Listen,
I often hear it.
I got you. Yes, I believe music, period, is influential. It's documented. It's proven. Whether you listen to gospel music, rock music, blues music, jazz music, R&B music, or rap music, it is proven spiritually, biblically, and all otherwise that it is an influencer. Yes, I am one of those guys that believe music has a potential to influence behavior. Yes.
Okay, so you're saying something different because now you're saying music in general, whereas before you kept saying hip hop and rap. So I just want to be clear.
Well, I'm a child of hip hop, so hip hop is 4 elements. Rap music, and if you want me to say rap music in particular, yes, But I said my overall.
Well, I don't want you to say anything but what you're saying, Chicago. I just want you to be
I mean,
clear
ma'am,
because
I don't know
realize
how many more times ma'am, I don't know how many more ways to say it to you. Like I said
No,
it,
I'm
and then
saying
I
that you're
clarified.
confusing. I'm saying
Well,
you're
I don't want to confuse
confusing
you.
by
Rap
saying
music has
music
the
in
potential to
general
influence.
versus
Yes.
right, but that's still rap music. You just now said all music. I just want to be clear. Is it all genres or is it just rap?
Ma'am, I'm very clear. I maybe maybe you
I'm
need.
asking. You're not clear if I'm asking you what you're saying because you just said music. Now you're saying rap. Like, which one is it? Rap music in particular, because you
Which
have to
one do you
understand.
need?
No,
Which
I
one
need
do
you
you
to
need?
say I need you to say how you feel, because what happens is you're confusing the conversation.
I'm
Because if we're
not.
going to talk about you are, because if you say rap, that hones into a certain genre. It does. Rap is different than country, is different than R&B. So I just want to be clear
Does it
because now you're
evoke,
saying
ma'am? Okay, listen. My point is this: does it evoke emotion? Does it evoke a train of thought? Does it have the potential to influence behavior? And that's why I said, regardless of what genre you listen to, the answer is yes across the board. Yes.
Okay, while we have a break here for a second, I want to promote Tam's smoke party. It's going to be, I believe it's on Friday at April 21 at 4 p.m. I believe that's Bay time. That's Bay Area time. And so 7 p.m. on the East Coast. And let's finish and see what the poor man has to say here. And we'll move from there.
The best drugs used to be uppers because people enjoyed life and wanted more of it. Now they're all downers because people just kind of want to turn it off. Our financial system seems to be crashing. People can't afford health care, and you damn near got to take.
That's more bullshit for my boy right here. And I'll tell you why. Thank you for thank you. I mean, many black men don't like Obama. What he gave us is the ability to get health care no matter how much we have or do not have. So this is why I'm just showing you more reasons why I'm not feeling this dude. I mean, that's a blatant lie. You can go walk out right now. You either have a Medicaid card, or you can go, or if you're somewhere in between and you only work at, let's say you only work at Starbucks, you can get healthcare for $15 a month, whatever it is, whatever it turns out to be. So this is scary because this guy actually literally sounds like a white racist guy to me. And this is the type of rhetoric that we get all day, every day from the manosphere. And I'm trying to find out how this person right here, because all of these red pill dudes seem to claim they're helping the community in some way. But all they do is complain. All they do is whine and complain about shit. And what, this guy's probably near at or over 1 million people, only to be beaten out by the white woman who runs the manosphere. That's amazing to me. It's like the biggest problem that us black men have is our lust for dysfunction. Because he should be turning people off. Black men, we should be turned off to this guy. Just like, why, dude, just they should be telling this man to go get a job. And that's why I think a lot of black men, we got a long ways to go.
No, I absolutely agree with you there.
All right. So anyway, Tam, would you mind come up and promoting your show for a minute? Just give us about a couple minutes. Just tell them what your show is going to be about. You know. Yes, I changed the name of it. Yes, but yeah, if you can come up for a second, let me drop the link for you. Well, no,
Hey,
you don't.
DJ, why don't you tell us who this person is? Because most people don't even know who he is, never seen him or anything.
Oh, Chicago Rilla?
No, this guy on the screen. You said
Oh, she's talking about
yeah.
Poor Man's Podcast.
Oh, Poor Man's Podcast. Yeah, I respect him so little. I forgot who he was. Yeah, his name is Poor Man's Podcast, and I remember having a very short conversation with him a very long time ago. I asked him why, since he had a mother who was a single mother, why he was going in on single women, and he literally went off the left. And he went left. Let's just put it that way. And I don't mean politically. He went left in the hardest way. He was like, "Why are you going to ask me about that? Why are you going to ask me about that?" So since then, I've always seen him as, excuse my language, and I hate to ruin my ratings, but got to do it. Since then, I've seen him as a bitch nigga. So, I mean, you have to understand the disappointment I have in this person, because he is to me something to personally in Chicago. He's going to be sending you more business. Unfortunately, he's going to be sending you more business. He's putting Black men in a mentality that's going to get them homeless, whether it's because they get kicked out of their mother's house, whether they get kicked out of their wife's house, whether they get kicked out of their sister's house. Because if they followed this man's rhetoric, they would be programmed not to respect any woman.
How does he rate compared to Angry Man?
I think he's just as bad.
Okay. We don't want to talk about him anymore, so go ahead and do the next thing you were going to do.
Yeah.
I just wanted to know who that was. Thank you.
Right. Well, anyway, I want to reiterate that Tam's show, her smoke show, is this Friday, 4 p.m. Bay Area time. That's Pacific time. So 7 p.m. Big Cap, you better go over there. You know you got to see her show. So I just want to make sure I get that out of the way. I guess that's pretty much that's pretty much all I got to say today. Why don't we go ahead and get last words in? If we'll start with You Can't Get Laid, and then go from there.
You were cutting in and out. Did you say start with me? I'll start anyway. So
Oh no, okay. I mean, I was going to say. Okay, you can go. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. What were you saying?
No, that's okay. You can go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. You cut out. So yeah, great conversation. It's good bringing in new people. We've had so many new people come in over here from the Manosphere who were just infiltrating to sidetrack us from our mission. Somewhat sounded like we had a really good mission going here, talking about property and women obtaining property. We do a lot of dispelling of some of the myths of the Manosphere here. Deprogramming is something that my fellow panelists and, of course, DJ are really good at. We want to make sure young men and women keep their self-esteem high and they stay on the right track. So that's why I'm here. And that's why I love the people who I get up on the panel with and discuss these things with. And I just want to say thank you. You guys are all fantastic.
Fantastic. You can't get laid? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay, you can't get laid. How about okay, it looks like You Can't Get Laid is busy. So let's go to Siobhan. Siobhan, what are your thoughts?
She said drop the link, DJ.
Oh.
I think she got dropped out. She said drop the link. Yeah, You Can't Get Laid. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Got it. Hold on 1 second.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, DJ Torso, you don't have so much dead air. I can go if you don't mind.
Okay,
I don't
that'll
mind.
work. Okay.
Whoever the young lady was that spoke, and I think she got the cap and gown on, like, thank you for that clarity. That helps me understand a little bit more. And I absolutely understand why you all have to be protective of your space, because it is a lot of bad actors who will infiltrate spaces. But if you guys have that many people infiltrating your space over here, that means you're doing something absolutely right. So please do not give up the fight of having the conversation that helps move our communities forward. For the other sister that was asking me about the concerns around men, not being homeowners, and it's not even so much as in correlation to how many women are homeowners and out earning men. It's my thing is just there are not enough men productive, period, for whatever reason. And somehow, I mean, I struggle to figure out, what my contribution is to help alleviate some of that. And it's an ongoing struggle because there are no clear-cut answers. But it's something that I'm in a fight for. Brother Torch, I absolutely appreciate you being willing to, invite me up and host me.
Why
And
is it?
just willing.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead and finish.
Oh, just being willing to have the conversation. So you guys, please continue to fight the good fight and have the conversation, and I'll be listening from the clouds. Thank y'all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, you can't get laid.
I just wanted to say I had to get me a little bit of something to eat, but
Your connection is really bad. Your connection's really bad.
It's like
Okay,
an echo coming from somewhere.
you good
It might
now.
be because you. Well, okay, no, you blame. Okay, go ahead and give it a try. You sound fine now.
Sounded good now.
Okay, so what I wanted to say was I noticed that you got Tam's picture. Giving out her website link. You never supported me though, DJ Toys. Are you gonna give people my channel?
Do you have a show coming up?
I keep hearing myself echo.
But you're not echoing
Hello?
over. We can't hear you
What?
echo.
You can't get laid if you can hear me. Send me an email.
Okay.
Okay. I got Tam's email, but I don't have your email.
On the avatar picture, the people when you were going to your room, you had her picture, not that one down here, but
I can't hear
you
you.
know the ones with the number.
I can't hear you.
I said that you have Tam's picture like as an avatar pic with the numbers.
I don't know. Wait, just you can't get laid. You still have my email, right?
Yeah.
Please email me.
Okay, DJ.
Okay. Bye. Okay. All right. So okay. Hey lady, I guess you are next.
No, she spoke, DJ.
Oh, okay.
Who else is
Oh,
who else
so-
is that up here? Is Creator still here? Or who is that? Is that Prism? I don't know
yeah,
whose
that's-
picture that is.
Yeah, that's Prism. We're gonna be talking with Prism after we.
Oh,
we set
okay.
down.
Yeah. No. Well, let me just close out by saying thank you. Thanks for having me. I enjoyed chatting, and let me just say that, guys, we're having a conversation. It's not about beef. We're not going to always agree, and that's why I like this platform. We can get off and we can disagree. We're not going to always see eye to eye, and that's okay. This isn't an echo chamber, and I appreciate DJ Torch for that. So allow the panelists to speak, and keep it cute in the chat, because you're being messy and triggering for no reason. We're just having a conversation, and it becomes messy when you're displaying it as if it's a battle that it isn't. Black women, keep buying homes, keep improving your life, keep doing what you have to do. Because I think that irregardless to whatever problem solving may or may not take place, you can get the answers in it for yourself. The solution is within you of where you need to go with your life. Everybody is not going to be able to be under one collective path. That's not how life works. We all each have our own individual paths. And we're not going to just sit here and solve problems in a 2, 3, 4 hour conversation. It's okay to have a dialogue. The brother is cool, and you're welcome to hit the panel as long as DJ Torch, you know, is as long as he says it's okay and it's respectful. We're all just willing to have a dialogue. It's all good. Thanks for having me.
Well said, Siobhan. All right. I think that's everybody. Hold on one second. Okay, hold on one second. I'd like to thank everybody for coming out. This is DJ Torch. We'll catch you on the next one.